Oh shoot, I gotta
Is that live?
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Hi, guys.
Hey guys, it is Musky Bad and Simo coming at you once again. And once again, this is Solo Queue Legends.
Base prize pool 1500. We will confirm later on if the prize pool is actually bigger than that. But right now, you know, sponsored by Red Mercy, sponsored by Red Bull. This is going to be
Red Mercy.
It's going to be a huge shindig.
Yeah. So to give you guys a little bit of information on this tournament, obviously we've been doing the Solo Queue series for a while, and a couple months ago we had the Solo Queue Legend, which took place at George Brown, and you know we had a really good show out. I think we had over 100 people there at least. How many? I can't remember how many teams we had.
I think it was about, I would say max 150, minimum 100. You know, it's safe to say that's
so
a good range.
We had all of these teams show up, and we had such a good show from high-level players, low-level players. It was really all over the place. And the way the Solo Queue Legend tournament works is that you take everybody who's got their elo all over the place, stick them together in a team, and it's supposed to be balanced all the way across the tournament. So you've got people like Red Mercy, who obviously fantastic at the game, a couple of the bronze players that get to play with him, you know, and actually have a chance to win the whole tournament. So very cool. Red Mercy had a really good time last time and decided to put some money into it. And we are here at Solo Queue Legends 2, same thing, at George Brown once again.
Yeah, I think it's really important to for Red Mercy to kind of help put this thing together, so it motivates more people to come out, more people to really show their skill, and then hopefully we have some great games today early on in the group stages, because it makes for a fantastic finals, and everybody really it creates a lot of stories. Last time we had some underdogs come straight from losers bracket and take it all. So
yeah. And you know, who doesn't love that esports money too? $1,500 up for grabs.
Could buy yourself some nice RP, you know, whatever you're feeling.
At the very least. Yeah. I mean, I'd buy a whole new computer maybe.
Jeez, yeah. I mean, if you take all your team's money, if you win it and then just take it all, yeah.
If I'm on Red Mercy's team, I'm gonna be like, bruh. I'm taking like your portion, and then the bronze, I'm taking his portion.
Yeah,
too.
You can get it back in dividends from my stream, but
yeah,
you know,
exactly.
I'm taking it right now up front, you know.
Yep.
Yeah. First, I'm not exactly sure what team we have coming up first, but we have players like Danky Nugs and Wrath on one side, who are like fairly proficient players, great shot callers for the team, and some names I haven't seen before, like Romp, Moops.
Yeah, right. You haven't seen Moops before?
How's Moops? I haven't seen Moops before. Is he a great
gosh.
player?
Okay, so
tell me about Moops.
Let me bring you back. I don't remember exactly where he's from, but this guy, there was a tournament a couple years ago. It was a collegiate tournament, and I think he's from like Laurier or something like that. He's friends with a lot of the high elo players in and around Toronto, and he has so many friends that when we were playing this tournament, it was a live tournament, and the entire crowd, anytime he made a play, was just Moops every time. It was hilarious, and they did pretty well in that tournament. So I think he's their mid laner, if I'm not. He could have switched it up, but yeah. And then you've got the Akinator, who obviously knows all. So I don't see how they can lose.
Yeah, well, definitely. Do we know how the group stage is gonna work? I saw points, I saw brackets, I saw a whole bunch of fun stuff. I'm not exactly sure.
I don't want to admit it, but I have no idea what's going on.
Tournaments are usually round robin, but I saw some fancy, you know, some points.
Tony is very into, you know, the new age stuff.
The new age of esports.
So our tournament organizer is exactly new age esports. Anytime there's like an Asian like thing he can roll with, or like a European thing, he'll check it out.
Yeah, there we go. It's up on the screen there.
Alrighty, so we do have the standings. We've got a bunch of confusing names, which, to be honest, we're probably gonna forget immediately.
Well, we're going from Salamander to Geoduck, so we're kind of mixing it up with
it would actually be sweet if the whole thing was Pokemon. Only like the first season of Pokemon.
Yeah, but I don't know. We have Manta Rays, Shoebill. I'm not exactly sure what a Shoebill is, but you know,
this is what we're talking about when we talk new age esports.
New age esports. Yeah, definitely.
We got a little bit of the old school with the Manta Rays, and a little bit of the new school with the Chinchillas.
Like, it would have been. I would have liked to see, like, you know, Jarvan's Gladiators or something. That would have been kind of cool. That's new age. That is new age, because then it kind of creates this ranked presence.
Team Solomon Chokes.
Yeah, that's another team that we could have up there, or you know, Cloud9 brought down a rock bottom. That's another one that we could have had there, or the COG potential. You know,
COG potential.
Yeah, you know, there's
I'm a fan of that one.
Lots of different names.
Yeah, so last time, we haven't seen any of the winners from last time in this game, but there are several returning victors. Nate Dogg Jr., Avro. I don't think their support player is here. Yippee, or Yappy, I forget what it is, but a lot of really, really high-level players. So the good thing about the Solo Queue Legends tournament is that there were so many that were run over the course of the last 2 years that there was a lot of different winners, obviously, because, you know, sometimes you get really lucky with the team, really good cohesion. Other times you're kind of just left out to dry, you know, one person doesn't carry their weight or whatever. But all of these winners sort of think that they're kind of the man, that they carried their team, that they had the best communication. And the great thing about Solo Queue Legends is that you can bring it all back once again and on such a huge scale where everyone, like, this is the tournament. And, yeah, we've got some big names like Zot, Danky Nugs, Wrath,
Red Mercy's
Red Mercy,
in it,
yeah,
64 Bomb GG, whatever, everybody's here, the whole gang.
It's really, really cool because especially now that this is the second one, they saw that the first one went really well. So honestly, in terms of like competitiveness of a whole tournament, especially in a solo queue level, it's even really, really high, which is a lot of fun to watch and check out, and not to mention see how these teams develop over the course of the day.
Yeah, and that's one thing that was prominent last time. Teams got better chemistry, better teamwork, and it really evolved into like a story to see some of these underdogs. But one thing I really want to see today that I didn't want to see at MSI is the same picks over and over again. I'm hoping for some fancy footwork, some Cassiopeia supports, whatever floats their boat. I want to see it. I want to see people bring out some niche picks because that's really cool. Like Rumble mid, that's really cool. Vayne top, that's really cool. Just to bring out all the fancy picks because you know the meta is shifting like all the time, and there's always room for new age. Well, the thing is,
a lot of teams will take the strategy where you'll have one person carry. And one person kind of pick on their lower elo players, but that doesn't always work. In the situation where, you know, you can put your diamond player on like a Vayne, say a Vayne top lane against a Cho'Gath, absolutely wrecks that matchup. There's nothing that Cho'Gath can do, and the Vayne can just get huge. If you have like a diamond 1 Vayne player, you can literally just win the game from there, and it might not be your typical solo queue strategy, but it very well could work in a tournament like this. You just kind of, you gotta adapt, and that's why I don't necessarily think that is the best strategy. I think it really does come down to how you can work as a team, and a lot of these guys actually have had time, so they've been able to practice with their team for a couple of days coming up to the tournament. So
it also makes a great leader, right? Like it proves that you know how to take charge, and even the worst of players, you can turn them into stars, and you can form them into like, you know, and it gives them a learning experience. It makes them want to come back and be like, hey, maybe this diamond's gonna coach me again. You know, maybe I'm gonna be under somebody's wing and be, you know, flying high.
It is no surprise that Red Mercy has been at the top of the charts each and every single one of his solo queue tournaments. But we are in, ladies and gentlemen, going through the first game of the Solo Queue Legends tournament. We're in Champion Select, and Danky Nugs, the captain of his team, Wrath pulling up the back line, and on the flip side, we've got Amazing DKO and the Akinator ready to start the first stage of this battle in the pick and ban phase.
Right away, we're going to see Callista banned out and Vi banned out on the opposite. All right, you know, Soraka. They just don't like fruits.
Soraka, she's good, man. I love that champion. Get a little Gangplank ban in there too. You gotta remove the potential for munchies. You know what I mean? Danky Nugs doesn't want to get tempted away. Just banning away all the things that are gonna maybe, like, you know.
Maybe, you know what, maybe I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe Danky Nugs' team is banning out a specific type of comp. Maybe they don't want kind of like a heal Callista lane, because if she can survive the early game, then she's going to be pretty annoying later on in the game, and maybe that's a combo that they just didn't like.
There's plenty of champions that have very high impact with a very low skill ceiling. So if you're running, you know, which a lot of people do, they'll put their weakest player on a support role. You can kind of get away with a champion that will be able to really have a lot of, you know, support for their team, a lot of utility for their team. Might not have the best vision control because they are a little bit of a lower elo player, but if that's where you kind of want to put your quote-unquote weak link, that is an option there. So maybe they've scouted out one of these guys. They know that they're heavily favoring something like that.
Oh.
But we will see the first pick Hecarim.
Oh boy, if that's gonna be a teleport ignite ghost teleport whatever. That's gonna be really
Smite
annoying.
teleport.
Yeah, and I'm really gonna judge purple team here in what they pick following up with that Hecarim. You're really gonna you banned out Janna and then Hecarim picked up right away. Like how useful would have Janna been in this situation? Yeah. I would like to see a Gragas from purple team to kind of disengage from that. Like Hecarim's just gonna go balls deep, and if you can stop him in his tracks, you need somebody to stop him right away.
I'd like to.
That's an impactful champion.
I'd like to see a Sivir here as well, because the last thing you want to have happen is have a Sivir on top of the Hecarim, and that's a very easy composition to pull off. But it looks like we will see the priority go towards the Gragas. There is a Sejuani available as well, but that's something I wanted to touch on as well, is that in the solo queue type games, they don't follow the meta completely to a T, meaning that a lot of people still feel like they can hop on that Lissandra and carry from top lane. They feel like, they can play their Lee Sin in the jungle. It's not necessarily as strong as it was 2 months ago, because this game really has, with the new Cinderhulk item, has really come to a tank meta.
Yeah.
And playing champions like that necessarily don't work as well. So if one team is really playing into that, they're using the teleport smite, they're using everything in the game to their advantage, then we could see a little bit of a mismatch simply in compositions if people don't realize that.
Yeah, and it's like we said earlier, it's up to the leaders of the team to kind of guide the players into this is what we're going to play, this is what we need to do, these are our win conditions, going to speed me up with the picks, with the Lulu. They're really kind of, like you said, sticking to that. Here's a support that you're comfortable on. There's the Sivir that you talked about earlier, but for the other team, I don't know. I'm not really feeling the composition from purple team in counter of what blue team is running.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, a lot of people will play to their comfort because, if they happen to be matched up against someone who is a little bit higher elo, there could, be on that back foot in the lane, so they want to be on a champion that they're comfortable with. Looks like it is going to be a support Vel'Koz, which, is very strong. Not that great against the Sivir because she's got her spell shield, but, one of the champions that actually can carry from the bottom lane. So if they are going to put one of their higher elo players on that champion, quite frequently, actually, a Vel'Koz will have the highest damage in the game from support, simply because his kit has so much true damage, and at the same time, support really does carry with vision. In a team game, that is immense.
Yeah, absolutely. And, best case scenario, purple team could try to whip out a great Orianna ult. They always say if Orianna is holding her ult, it's so tense. A fight can get so tense. Like, if you save it till the last moment that it could be perfectly used, Vel'Koz could follow up, Lucian could follow up, not necessarily Gragas because he could disorient the entire thing, but it could work out in purple's favor. However, blue team hovering over that Amumu, that's going to be locked down for Sivir, Zed, and Hecarim to just go wild, go rampant. And with Lulu on the blue side, that's going to create even more backup CC in the worst case scenario that they do kind of fall down rather in the team fight situation that purple team could win, in a sense, but blue team's really got that locked down.
I want to see Wrath pick a Victor here. He's gonna be probably playing the top lane, actually, based off of his summoner spells. So it's gonna be Zed for Danky Nugs in the mid lane, or Iogon.
Wow.
Not a lot of magic damage on that composition. They could be going with a heavy AP damage Amumu, but at the same time, that wouldn't be great considering you want to be going for the Cinderhulk at this point in the game. And a little bit interesting here, simply because with the Lulu, they used it as a flex pick, but they just aren't going to have enough magic damage, and they're not going to be able to cut through that Gragas if he's able to just itemize full armor, and that could be a big problem. I understand the idea of wanting to go for the Zed and really hard carry, but if it doesn't work out and you don't get really ahead, you're going to be climbing an uphill battle.
Yeah, I hope I'm going to see some rotations because Orianna has Smite.
Yeah, I mean...
Oh, okay, the Gragas went down. But I was about to say, right off the bat, Orianna jungle, that's kind of what I'm feeling. But
I've seen a lot of people run things like support Nautilus with Smite. You know, just getting that extra bit of health anywhere they can. It's an insanely strong item, and it's being abused pretty hard at this point. Let's be honest.
Yeah, we've seen that on international and home turf levels as well in the LCS.
Very interesting to see the Renekton actually not going for any global spells here, considering that the home guard is a huge factor for that Hecarim, you know, ganks, like you were saying, the rotations potentially in the bottom lane or deep in the jungle, anything like that. He has the potential to capitalize on the fact that Wrath doesn't have an escape summoner spell. It's going to be up to, you know, Wrath, one of those guys that really wants the hard carry, to not make the mistake and fall behind this game.
Yeah, he does actually take teleport last second, cool. which he has to. There's no way that he's not going to. I mean, you can't split push really that easily as a Renekton. He doesn't chunk turrets in like 3 seconds. He's going to be hitting that turret for a while. And, you know, if he did take the Ignite, it would be up to him to really dominate Wrath in the first 3 minutes. But if he's got a great jungler, if he's able to communicate with him well, that wouldn't have been an issue.
That's the thing, man. Solo queue, there is a solo queue mentality involved with this tournament here. And like you said, it's all about the leadership of the team. And if you don't have it, then your players occasionally feel like they need to take an Ignite and hard carry. And it just, you know, when there's that much communication, it doesn't really work the same way. So just about to jump into the game, ladies and gentlemen.
2 minutes. I was really... The thing I like about the Sivir pick here and the Lulu pick and even the Hecarim pick is just like... It's a huge roaming squad. It's a huge, like, catch somebody out of position. Huge, like... It's a really good punish squad. And if Purple Team's not in the right position, and, like, they're going to have to be grouped as 5 the entire time throughout these fights. Obviously, they have to be a little bit spread out in case the Mumu does hop in and manage to get a 3+ ult. But it's really up to Purple Team to kind of like separate but still stay together. Because if they don't, Blue Team's going to capitalize that and catch them out of position easily. It'll take a millisecond for them to catch somebody out.
It's going to be very hard for them to deal with any sort of split push as well, considering the only person they have is Renekton, and he does very much get outscaled, especially considering that there is the very real potential of a 1-3-1 split comp from this blue team as well. You know, having Wrath in the top, Danky Nugs in the bottom, and then Sivir and Lulu and Amumu, they have engaged, they have disengaged, they've
great
got
front line,
everything they need right there just to kind of deal with that 3v3 composition. So I don't know. In terms of picks and bans, I'm definitely going to have to give it over to the blue side. It's pretty much if the lanes win for the purple team, they'll be in an okay position, but even if they come out ahead in the lanes, they're not going to be in the best spot. So
one thing I did want to mention, we had looked at Danky Nugs' profile earlier today, and we had seen that he's been playing a lot of Rumble, and as we can see, purple team did ban out the Rumble. I think teams... You know, if you're watching, you know, guys, ban out meta champions. It's going to really save you in the long run because Hecarim is highly contested right now. If you're not banning him out, you're going to have a bad time because Hecarim, like, even 1 kill, 2 kills, he's going to abuse the amount of gold that he gets from the lead that he can establish in a lane, teleport ganks, whatever he gets. He's gonna like be a huge problem. I know Wrath. Wrath is an annoying player to face. He loves to punish people, and it's incredibly annoying to deal with. And my only piece of advice is to ban meta champions because that's really what's gonna. And that's what we saw from Blue Team. They didn't ban anything important. They banned Kalista, Soraka, Udyr. Who like that's not even anything important. And I guess they did that like, oh, you know, Purple Team might ban out. Purple Team might ban out meta. So let's not ban meta. So we have more picks to choose from.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are jumping into the game. In case you're just joining us, this is the Solo Queue Legends #2 tournament. We've got Danky Nugs and the boys taking on Amazing DKO, Moops, and the Moop crew.
The Moop crew. We
got $1,500 on the line here for this tournament. This is the first game, so just getting into it. We're going to have to see where these teams lie. But I very strongly feel that, you know, these guys could be top contenders for the rest of the tournament.
Just getting onto the... Do you think we're going to see any invades? Do you think that any squad is particularly keen on invading or getting into vision?
I think the purple team is going to look for an invade here. I do imagine, considering it is an Amumu and there is not a whole lot of strength level 1 on the blue side here. They've got, you know, Sivir, they've got Lulu, which are pretty good, and Hecarim's alright as well, but Moops, if he decides to go for a stun, that's a big knockup. You know, Gragas has his dash in, and Renekton can get his armor shred. They can just do a whole lot of damage. It's gonna be up to them to make that sort of play, though. Seems like we're seeing everybody in the bottom side right now, kind of just that line of scrimmage. And, you know, it's early in the morning. These guys probably just want to take it a little bit chill.
Yeah.
Moops messing up his Scar Ward. That's really hard with the new patch or the new map to get that Scar Ward over there.
Vel'Koz whipping out some grade 3 geometry, landing the first hit onto Sivir. Gonna get $5 into his Frost Queens. It's gonna be that long-term investment. Yeah.
Yeah, he's thirsty for it, man. If he doesn't get 1,500, he'll get his 5.
Pretty safe start from both sides. Both junglers going to start off in the bottom side of their respective junglers. Lucian got that chroma pack.
Whoa.
Fancy footwork.
Baller.
Has that. He's already expecting to get the return on the esports dollars from his tournament. And
he's trying to show off for the stream too, I think, a little bit. You know, he's
romping up, as they say.
Maybe he'll buy an Avarice Blade, you know, stack that moolah.
Very, very sneaky-esque.
You know, I had a guy come up to me when I was playing. I was casting one time, and he was like, his name was like DJ Cutie or something like that, but he comes up to me and he's like, yo, man, call me Young Moolah, okay? And I was like, So, you know, maybe we found our new Young Moolah with Romp, the first what's that chroma skin of the entire series.
Yeah. I wonder if it's going to become a signature kind of. And you know what I like about chroma skins is it reminds me so much of Smash in the sense that like when like you play a certain color, like some guys fight for a color, for like a fox color, and if you lose, you're never allowed to show that color ever again. It's like so, like we could see that in like LCS or something, like like you know, sneaky, if you're playing that blue chroma, if you lose,
I dig it.
Can't use blue chroma ever again, and like that, I don't know, that's pretty interesting. And you know that could grow into like TSM chroma packs, Fnatic chroma packs. Like I don't know, it could grow into something more. I don't know. We'll see.
I love the new Shaco chroma packs because it also changes your box color.
Damn.
As well, so
that's esports dollars.
That is esports right there. Really interested to see how this bottom lane goes and how this mid lane goes. In terms of the top lane, nobody's really going to die. It's going to be kind of, you know, a lot of, you know, aggressive trading, but nobody's going to get knocked out unless the jungler gets in there, I don't think. But the real battle is going to be Moops, if he can carry from that support role. That is one of their higher elo players, and the mid lane as well is going to be quite important. Zed needs to get going, needs to be in a position where he can split push and impact the game by himself.
And if he doesn't do anything in the mid lane, he could always roam top, create pressure with Wrath, because they're definitely going to be a dynamic duo this game that we got to look out for. Yeah. Or Zed could roam bot, seeing as how they're pushed up, so he can't really do that much.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit before he roams. Yeah, but there's going to be a lot of roaming. Oh my God, Akinator actually.
Oh my God, that's the slice and dice his way out of there. Going to be first blood going over to Wrath.
So I
punished already.
Completely wrong actually, saying there was going to be no kills in the top lane. Obviously, you know, Wrath had a good breakfast, and so did Danky Nugs.
Wow.
Little wake and bake. Woo!
He's lit right now, and he's definitely having a great time. Had his McDonald's breakfast sandwich. He's ready to go. The munchies have been completely filled up, ready to go, and that's 2 kills already for Danky Nugs' team. And the 2 carries of the team are already getting fed.
Wasn't even 4 minutes into the game, and there's already 2 kills. Might be a third one here. Reiterate. Going down. Let's get a replay on that.
Let's get a replay.
It's going to be the first replay of the entire series. Here we go.
Here we go. Let's watch this in super slow-mo, if we could slow it down a little bit. We're going to start off at the Wraiths. We're going to speed it up a little bit just to get... he has a little bit of trouble there. Cleans up nice. He's like, alright, time to get my red buff. Got my blue buff. Got lots of cooldowns. Let's see if I can take this down. Gets it down to about half HP, but he's not really feeling it. He's got to reiterate the entire process because he's right there, there's the money. Boom! That was not a great day.
Replays brought to you by Danky Nugs. Obviously impacting the game from that mid lane already.
The pressure's too tense. Some people crack under pressure and it's just too much for them. They just can't.
Moops, come on, man. Where are you? You're supposed to be the carry of this team. He's got that arc like, yo, is there any chroma skins for arc like Vel'Koz? That would be awesome.
I wish. We could, like, there could be a nice teal one, kind of like this like StarCraft vibe. That could be a purple one. I don't know. But
here comes the actual opportunity for Moops to make a play. There is the pink ward in the tri bush. They've got their Mumu there, and they're getting baited really hard by Wise low health. Logon's out of mana. So is the Sivir. Uses his boomerang blade as well.
They have TP up from Hecarim, so he... Oh, no, it's actually down. He teleported back to lane after he did purchase, so...
Mumu actually backing out as well, so Moops taking a lot of damage here, too. Jeez.
I don't know what to say. Akinator's having a rough time in the top lane. Greg's going to rotate top, but I think Wrath could even come out with a double here. He's level 6.
Red buff.
He's got level 6. He could definitely pull something out of the bag of tricks here.
He's going for it.
Oh, he's going in it. He ults onto Akinator. He's falling a little bit low. Minions
He's got his W.
He's got the aggro from the minions. Here comes Akinator, and they're going to get the kill onto Wrath. Reiterate, finally getting the red buff and making some impact on the game.
Yeah, very, very close from Wrath. Almost, making that legendary play there.
Or he gave a valid attempt,
That's where solo queue legends are born, though.
Yeah.
You can't, ward up and be safe. You gotta make the plays. You gotta put your team on the back. You gotta red mercy this tournament.
Yeah. As Michael Jordan once said, you miss 100% of the ganks you don't take.
Exactly. Exactly. You miss 100% of the 2v1s that you ward for.
I'm pretty sure he's gonna try that one more time. Gragas, like he's maybe he might rotate mid, he might rotate top, but he's.
This is why they banned Rumble though, because Rumble really does kind of just absolutely destroy everyone when it comes to those 1v2s.
Yeah. And
Akinator knows all, so he knew that he was gonna get 1v2'd if there was a Rumble in here. The Akinator, that's pretty incredible that he got that name. He must have been playing for a long time. Am I correct in thinking Akinator is the thing where it's like the guy holding out his palm and like he's the fortune teller and you can like type
yeah, that's him. Yeah.
I mean, that's a lot to live up to for a name.
Will I win this solo queue tourney? That's what it seems asking him. And,
results unclear.
Results. Could not find your match. Would you like to continue?
Try again. We need 8-ball up here too. Yo, could you imagine like an 8-ball Orianna skin where she just had like a black 8-ball? That'd be pretty cool.
That could be like a whole thing, like from Vandal Gragas, kind of this whole biker gang.
That would be sweet.
Like Nate Dogg and the Rough Riders. That would be like the skin concept.
Speaking of skin concepts, Chroma concept. Romped, what's going on?
He's got the heal. He has to flash out. Both summoners gone. IOGOON. Don't know how to pronounce that, but he tried to flash and get the kill. Flash from Danky Nugs in the mid lane. Reiterate gonna body slam his way in. An amazing DKO. Gonna get the kill onto that one. 2-2. Gonna take a look at replay because we did miss the little mid lane tussle there. Let's take a look again. Gonna get the replay up in just a moment. Let's take a look. Here comes Reiterate. Walk us through what happened here.
So, I mean, Danky Nugs gets exhausted, loses so much damage as soon as his ultimate dies down, takes the damage from the Orianna ult as well, and Reiterate is able to just clean up that fight easily with their little bit of mana, and that is a huge deal in the mid lane. That's going to be a way for Orianna to get back into this fight.
I seriously thought this would have been like a 6-0 by now. Like 6-0 game. Wrath and Danky had that really aggressive, confident early kill, and then now it seems like Red Team definitely has a chance to flip this on its head. Like there's definitely a chance.
I mean, even though there was that slight mistake coming from Reiterate in the start of the game, he really has stepped it up and has made a lot of plays all the way around his map.
Yeah.
2 assists, 2 kills on his team, obviously 100% kill contribution so far, and his 1 death doesn't even count towards extra gold for the opposing team. So
Moops! Moves! Here comes the kill onto Wrath as well. He has to ult out. Maybe they might not get him. He smites Akinator for that little bit of, I don't know, I don't think that gave him movement speed. He has a challenging smite, but Wow, he actually makes it out, and Amumu coming into the top lane. So's Danky Nugs pressure all over the map, but Lucian with that bottom lane.
PK Godin really
Moops got
needs
the
to
kill,
make
yeah.
something happen with his ultimate. He's level 6. This is his time to shine. His laners have done a great job so far, you know, getting a little bit of advantage. Reiterate, sort of the Lee Sin type champion of this era of the game, making plays all over the map. Now, PK Godin needs to step it up. 2 kills to 3, 10 minutes into the game. His team is actually in the back foot right now, considering they were at this, like, you know, very strong right at the gate. This is, you know, not looking great for them.
Absolutely, and one thing I really wanted to touch on is the fact that Gragas isn't even that behind in CS.
Oh, absolutely.
Like, PK Godin, what are you doing? Where are you? Your team needs you right now. And, you know, I know that a lot of the lanes are pushed up, like top and mid are really, really, like, heavy aggressors. Grab some wards, prepare to counter gank, and you like all those times that like Danky Nugs died mid lane, PK Godin could have been there. He could have helped him out. Maybe they could have got a kill. He needs to be in the right place at the right time and not farming his jungle.
Yeah, you know, he's doing okay. He's not, you know, losing his team the game or anything like
of course,
that.
yeah.
But like you said, vision control is going to be an incredible focus for both of these teams. We see both of them, you know, smiting their race, making sure they get that Oracle, and, you know, pink wards all over the map. You can see blue side has got some pretty deep vision. They got 2 pink wards out. Really good job by them so far. It's going to be a lot of focus on that just to kind of, you know, work on this pick composition from the blue side here. They don't have a lot of, you know, like hook or long range stun CC pick comp. They just have like a duelist pick, kind of like assassin composition here. So pretty interesting indeed. You know, Wrath going obviously for that very aggressive build. Going to be going for that Triforce next. Going to be a little bit of an assassin on his own.
It's really up to Wrath and Danky right now because Sivir's behind in CS by about 30. The Chroma Pact's been working out. It's given him some great confidence. He's been able to...
There you go.
Well, the bandage toss on to Reiterate. He's going to have to ult his way out of there. But Wrath ulting in. Reiterate. Oh, the stun from Amumu as well. Renekton coming down. Flash coming out from Gragas there. Ult used by Akinator. Danky Nug zoning out Orianna off to the side. Akinator doesn't really know who to focus on. And it's going to be nothing for nothing, really.
Oh, Igon in trouble, but Moops is in a risky spot. Y has no mana, though, to really pump out the damage, especially Igon not hitting the CC as well. Uh-oh, eating the full culling.
God. Oh! The ult coming out from Lulu. Here comes Wrath. He chooses to kind of save his E for the right moment, so he dodges Moops' knock-up. He has to flash over out of there.
Yeah, good job by Wrath to have the map awareness to know once he goes back that he can roam down and make plays with his teams. That little bit of CS at the top lane does not matter. Getting a kill down there, bringing himself to 2-1-0, had just picked up his Sheen. Easy pickup for him, and they will transition that into a Dragon. Good plays by Wrath, good map awareness, especially you know, getting his bottom lane out of the gutter there. None of them dying off of that battle as well.
Yeah, and you know, great job on Lulu saving Sivir's life. I know supports never get credit. I'm a support main, you know. It's always ADC. Great job, great kill there, you know, like, you know. But great job for Lulu, kind of like understanding, like, you know, my ADC needs help, and you know, Hecarim's got this.
Yeah.
They pick up the Dragon. That's gonna put them. The goal's kind of evened out right now, but that's still gonna put them back on a good footing because the first Dragon buff is worth a lot of money because it gives great stats and it's gonna give them that confidence that they need to kind of to control the map.
Yeah. Let's take a look at the items that Moops is building right now, because I really do think that, you know, when you look at this composition, he's going to play a huge factor. I got to be honest with you. He's probably going to go for a lot of Magic Pen here, probably going towards that Haunting guys, probably going to pick up those Magic Pen boots, and he's going to be the thing that absolutely just unloads damage into this team comp. He's going to be able to shred the tanks pretty effectively and doesn't need a whole lot of items to do it. His lane is winning pretty significantly. Y would be the one to like really blow him up. Zed is going to be focusing on the Lucian, but they're going to be able to combo the Orianna ultimate with the Vel'Koz ultimate with the stun from Vel'Koz and, you know, just beast through this team. However, that is going to mean that Reiterate needs to play more of a utility role. You can see him going for, either the Frozen Heart here, maybe his Iceborne Gauntlet. I'd like to see him actually pick up a Sight Stone and start, taking on a little bit of that responsibility because Moops does need to be that carry. He is one of their high elo players. Definitely. And, we can see him being down there in the bottom lane has created almost a double CS advantage for him and Romp. Definitely cannot be understated considering that there's not a whole lot of damage on this team that isn't AD, and when one of their big sources of AD is behind, it just makes it so easy to itemize for.
Absolutely.
Top lane.
Reiterate coming up. Oh, the ult stopping Wrath right in his tracks. He's forced the ult out. PK Godin coming in red hot. I don't know if he pops the ult into Reiterate, catches one member. Oh, but they're going to try to get the kill into Wrath. They want something out of this, and it's going to be a double kill going out to Danky Nugs, showing them that he's a part of the Mile High Club, and he's not one guy to mess around with. In the bottom lane, looks like we've got a little bit of a tussle.
Oh, that's what we're talking about. Moops taking him out. So much long-range damage from that composition. They're going for the extra damage, too. Moops going to pick up the kill. Oh! Romp actually surviving at the end of that. What a battle in the bottom lane.
That was, stuff happening in the top lane, but I really think that Zed and Danky are focusing the wrong guy. Keeping Akinator in the ground is not going to help you out. You got to get rid of that Lucian ASAP. Well, let's take a look at that again real quick so we kind of see what happened in the top lane and what happened in the bot lane. Let's get that replay up right now. Walk us through what happened there, Jackson. I really want to see what kind of went wrong if we get the replay up going.
So it is a very fantastic counter gank coming out from Amumu here. Sorry about that, a little bit off. Reiterate comes in for the gank, placed very nicely, uses his ultimate, but they don't have a whole lot of damage. And once they use all of their CC, you see PK Godin uses the auto attack, shreds, makes sure that he gets the magic pen, knows that they've used all of their damage before using his ultimate, and then moves on. Reiterate not going to be able to kill Wrath. Perfectly calculated by these guys. Fantastic teamwork this early on in the tournament is definitely something that can't be understated.
Absolutely. And all the Akinator and Gragas can really do at this point, because they've been kind of behind in these group engages, they just got to build tank. That's all that they can do at this point. I know that the rule of thumb is that once you're losing, you got to build tank. Like, as somebody like Gragas or Renekton, you need to be that front line for Romp. Oh my god, blown up like a cupcake. Lucian's going to go down. They're going to try to get whatever they can from this. Gragas, why would you do that?
Honestly, I think it wasn't going to hit anything anyways. Amazing DKO out of mana. But yeah, that's another problem with this composition. Ooh. Speaking of which, Wrath here to ruin their day.
Reiterate trying to salvage whatever he can under this turret. Gets a little bit of health from his passive. That's going to be a double kill going on into Zed. Akinator going to have to... Oh my god!
PK
Legends are made. Akinator in a 5-man sandwich. PK Godin showing us why 3 letters of his name really do matter.
10 out of 10. I was going to say, man, Danky Nugs and Wrath woke up on the right side of the bed this morning, but I don't think PK Godin even went to sleep. This guy's been playing solo queue all night, just so hyped, so ready. Like lives at George Brown campus, working on his skill shots. Like, Moops, you gotta learn some geometry from this guy.
Gotta go back all the way to grade 3, freshen up on those skills. But damn, I'm excited for the rest of this day already.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the first game of the entire tournament here, and boy, do we have a game.
Whoa! Super Danky gets a kill right onto Orianna. Here comes Wrath coming in like a wrecking ball. We didn't call Miley Cyrus to this tournament. He's going to get ulted away by Gragas, and that's going to be a kill onto Wrath and Zed. It's already snowballing out.
This is when you wish you had an Ezreal ult or a Jinx ult, just like snipe Moops. You know where he's going to base. Oh, man. Oh, man. I wish. That would be some top 10 esports network type plays.
I would have gone home after that. I would have. This is the finals right here.
Yep. Let him have it.
Let him have it.
8-1-1 on Danky Nugs, really living up to his reputation as the solo you know, just hard carry for one of the solo queue tournament teams.
I've been talking to him as of late a little bit, and he's been really excited about this tournament. Every single day he messages me and he says, "When are the teams coming up? I want to practice with my team?" And you know, it looks like, you know, he's definitely trained PK Godin into, like, you know, this Meteos ego kind of guy. You know, he's landing the skill shots. He's got a perfect KDA. Wrath coming in. Oh, but he's gonna be coming out too. But you know, Danky Nugs really showing us why he's been excited for this game. You know, he's been excited for this tournament for a long time, and he said he really likes tournaments like these. So hopefully we see a lot more of these, because he's really turning out the heat.
Battle of the junglers. PK Godin doesn't really seem like he wants to fight. Iogon's here, though. I mean, PK Godin's got everything up. Maybe a little bit of a smite on the blue buff, gets some health back. Nothing like that. Reiterate's just going to try and walk right out. Danky Nugs ain't having any of that.
He's got it. He's got it. Oh, but they got the turnaround. Danky Nugs in a little bit of trouble. The Lulu ult's going to give him a lot of HP that he needs. One-man ult from Orianna. You should have saved that a little bit earlier, but it's okay. Renekton picks up the kill. Would have wanted to see that on Orianna, because we need some more kills onto her, but you know, they still get the pickup onto Danky Nugs. I don't know if Dragon's up anytime soon, but if it was, that would have been definitely the next objective for them. But they are going to recall, regroup, see what they can take from there. But at the moment, Danky Nugs with a 3k gold lead. That's like a death cap.
Yeah, and you know, it really is like a death cap, considering that they were going to be worried about not having enough damage, but you know, it does act almost like it's AP damage because it's just so much of a gold lead. And you know, when I was talking about how these team comps were going to play out as well, you know, they do have both answers now. You see Ras split pushing, you see, I mean, currently Sivir split pushing, trying to get, you know, some sort of gold back. She's actually got a pretty good, you know, opportunity to split push on her own as well. You can use Danky Nugs with Iogon and with PK Godin just to, you know, keep themselves as a unit and just make plays around the map. Turned into a 1-3-1 all the same, and I don't see a way for this purple team to come back and, you know, take this game in their own hands. Romp is not that strong, and Moops can't really shred any of these guys yet.
I think I'm going to be very solo queue-esque and say that we should group, you know, probably push middle, try to end the game, but that's really what they got to do. Danky Nugs trying to cut me off before I can even say anything. Gets the kill onto Orianna. He might re-engage here. Iogon continuing the chase, but I don't think any members are in the area. But yeah, I mean, at this point, they got to group, see what they can, you know, make, see what they can force. But at this point, if the grouping doesn't work, it's done. It's
yeah,
we're losing
pretty
it.
much.
Yeah,
their composition just doesn't have, you know, the right interactions to give themselves a comeback here. You know, they don't have any hyperscaling. They don't have any. There's just nothing here that really gets better as the game goes on. There's nothing that, you know, a perfect Orianna ult wouldn't really matter, even, unless it's just, it's too little too late, it seems like, at this point, considering just how strong you know, a lot of the carries are for this Danky Nugs team.
They really snowballed this out of control, like really efficiently snowballed this, and they just kept killing Renekton and Gragas over and over and over again. And then if they weren't killing Renekton or Gragas, Hecarim was teleporting in. Defensive ult used by PK Godin. Gonna set that up for Hecarim. Lulu gonna get the kill onto Lucian. Moops off to the side, seeing if he could get anything, but that's not gonna be enough damage. They're gonna continue the chase onto Moops. I think he's gonna have to flash out of that one, and that's gonna be 3 for nothing. That's rough.
Yeah, and you know, there was a full ultimate casted from Moops there. It was a great opportunity for them to see all of the reasons why their team comp sucks. And, you know, I mean, that's just what happens. They just, this game was pretty much lost in the pick and ban phase. We're going to take a look at a quick replay and see what went wrong in this team fight, and we'll be able to, like, you know, understand the shortcomings here. So we see PK Godin just gets his ultimate off. That's really all he needs to do. Wrath gets in there, soaks a whole bunch of damage. Here comes the ultimate. It does pretty much nothing. Renekton does no damage.
God.
There's only focus onto the frontliners here, and look, just, you know, they can do whatever they want. There's so many targets for Danky Nugs. No fear, flashing over the wall, and you know, Can't get much better than that. Orianna really doesn't have a lot to do in that situation.
I was watching Hecarim that entire fight. He pressed W, and he healed all of Vel'Koz's damage.
Yeah, I mean, there's, in terms of targets for the red team to hit, the purple team to hit, they pretty much can only hit the front line. They have no way to get into the back line, and when your front line is that strong, they've got, you know, they've got the Cinder Hulk onto the Amumu. He gets reduced damage from auto attacks, everything like that. They've got something that has so much AoE damage and AoE soak, and the Lulu ultimate on top of that.
Yeah.
There's nothing you can kill.
Absolutely, and whoa. Oh, the steal from... Oh!
Gets it with the smite.
I think Danky Nugs is just going to engage at this point. He can do whatever he wants, I think.
Yeah, you know, I think one of the problems with Danky Nugs is that his motor skills over time have become a little less accurate. You know, it is like a byproduct of playing a little bit too much League, you know.
You're predicting...
He tried to no-scope it. It didn't work out.
Yeah,
so well.
no, it was a valiant attempt, you know, but, you know, sometimes you got to take a step back, you know, tone down the ego a little
Ooh,
bit.
the flash!
Onto Moops. Lulu gonna pick up that kill, but here comes Wrath. He's gonna focus his that ult onto nobody. That's gonna give Wrath the opening that he needs, but he manages to miss the ult as well. Renekton off to the side. This is a 4 versus 5, but they're just gonna get that bottom lane. Hecarim gonna stop the Renekton's non-existent split push.
Yeah,
and that's gonna be a Dragon 4.
That's just free gold for Wrath at this point. It's like, thanks, bud. Thanks for setting up this big wave. We're gonna take Dragon and scope up that farm in the top lane as well. And Renekton's like, all right, I guess I'll go build another longsword.
It's just convenience. They're just conveniencing Wrath this entire time. It's just like it's a full
This is the Danky Nugs highlight reel here. This guy wants to fight and fight and fight. PK go!
Oh! 3-man ult, the Lulu ult gonna accentuate the CC there. 2 people onto Danky Nugs, but he's gonna survive, I hope. He's gonna have to shadow his way out of there. Reiterate, taking a lot of damage from Wrath. Danky Nugs kiting a Renekton. The flash stun, he's gonna cleanse that. Look at the cleanse, look at the moves!
Look at the cleanse!
Danky Nugs!
What was that?
What was that?
Beautiful, beautiful job by Iogon. Are we in Season 3 right here?
Jesus.
Shoutouts to Zoa and Monte Cristo from that one.
That was some kind of fight, you know. It almost, you know, there was a lot of missed ults from both sides, but, you know, only one person died that fight, and that was Orianna. That was a little bit unfortunate, but
yeah, that was pretty much just an overdrawn pick in a lot of ways. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like Danky Nugs could have gone down. You know, it was like here or there. At the end of the day, they got another kill. They're a little bit further ahead. 12, 1, and 3. Look at all that lifesteal on Danky Nugs. He's almost becoming a pseudo-tank of his own, very similar to the way Kalista plays. You know, she can get so much lifesteal back so easily. I don't know what this red team is going to do here. They're just slowly falling more and more behind.
Oh, here comes the smite. Oh, Reiterate's gonna...
He's going in. This might be actually a pretty big mistake, but he'll just run out. And most likely we'll see this team set up for a Baron pretty soon.
I have a weird question. Does Rend proc lifesteal? Like, if you Rend, do you get lifesteal back? Or is that, like, a really weird question?
What type of Rend?
Like the Kalista Rend.
Oh, yes. It
does? Yeah? Okay. Then that's insane. Like, just build, like, Bork and BT if you're really that far ahead, and you could really make some magic happen. But like you said, the Baron call... This is going to make it or break it. I mean, they're not really low, except Danky Nugs is actually falling. He's at half HP already. Moop's kind of poking them down. That's what they got to do, but...
really low. It's resetting
here comes
now.
Danky Nugs. He's going to ult onto... He's going to get the kill onto Lucian, out of position a little bit. That's going to be a huge ult from Wrath. It's going to be... they're probably going to ace them here. And that's going to be GG.
Yeah, 5 for 0. They waited so long. They got so much gold. And then they just completely walk over a team fight. AoE on top of AoE. You know, they just send in their Zed Danky Nugs, just blowing up everyone, shredding everyone. And pretty much, I mean, there's no real need for crazy rotations. This blue team has played smart. They haven't overextended too much. They just kind of played well as a team. Relied on their solo laners, and you know, even though Y had a hard time in the bottom lane, 0-2 and 13, he pretty much is there just for his Sivir ult, you know what I mean? He's just gonna help his team engage and, you know, give Wrath a little bit extra damage. Well played by this blue team so far. They're going to pick up this Baron uncontested. No Ezreal ult once again.
No Ezreal ult. Non-existent.
14, 1, and 6. Danky Nugs stepping up to the plate.
I think I remember what I was going to say. Sometimes comfort picks don't work out, you know. In this case, that's the situation. We got Renekton in the top lane. We got, you know, Vel'Koz and Orianna. You know, these are not exactly meta champions, and you know, we do see them every now and then, but sometimes comfort picks don't really work out.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, if you're gonna pick something off meta, at least try and pick something that does the same job as something meta. So you'll play something, instead of a LeBlanc, you'll play a Zed, or you know, something like that. Yeah. Something that gets the job done. You just need to know what role the champions play and build a composition around it. And it's got to do well against what is meta right now. So, coming in. Danky Nugs going in exhausted. That's a big problem for Zed. He gets Lulu ulted. Will he be able to get out? Probably not. Akinator. Oh my god, gets eliminated. This Lulu is just carrying Danky Nugs. Give some shout outs to the support. Ilegon just beasting this game. Moops not so much.
That's going to be the game right there.
Triple kill over to Wrath, man. Look at these guys padding their stats. GG. First game of the Solo Queue Legends Tournament going over to Danky Nugs and the homies. The boys from 6th Street.
Lighting up the crowd. The fans are going wild right here in the George Brown studio.
Man, Danky Nugs is here to play, man.
Yeah,
he
for sure.
is so electric. What a first game, man.
Wow.
Very, very convincing. Very strong stuff. You know, we do talk a lot about how composition and strategy and teamwork really does work. But at the end of the day, if you don't have strong solo lanes, you're not going to be able to win. And that's the first step in these teams. You know, like the cohesion comes through the day. It's not something that's going to be there immediate. It's really just, you've got the senior players, you've got the experience, and, you know, a good-looking first game, obviously, for Danky Nugs.
Yeah, lots of hype, definitely. We're going to get into the next game shortly, but stay tuned for more solo queue games. We got a lot coming up. A lot of high elo players going to be seeing if they can turn their bronzies and silvers and golds into heroes. Stay tuned for more. Hey guys, how's it going? It's your caster, Finding Simo, and alongside me we've got Musky Bad, Step Out, and we're subbing in Ghost Junk, Alex Young. Why don't you introduce yourself?
Hey everybody, Ghost Junk here. Been doing a few casts.
Doing a few casts.
Yeah, did some for York in the past little while. I think you and I did one
For TLC, yeah.
Yeah, for TLC a couple weeks back.
Yeah. We're making esports dollars. We got the game coming up right away. We're already even picking man. It's gonna be Team First Time Draven versus some names I haven't seen before, so we're gonna look to see some. It's gonna be some proving grounds today. We've got FE Clips, Lol Girl Boobs on First Time Draven's team, Earthy Manga, First Time Draven, Jukester. Why don't you tell us about the other team? See, who do we got on the other side?
I think Kevin Emanator. I really hope I pronounced that correctly.
Hopefully, yeah.
Lucian Oso Soccer G, Temptation, Comax Jax, and Kachamuri. I think I recognize Kachamuri from something.
Already.
I can't remember off the top of my head exactly what. But
could be from an anime.
Maybe yeah,
a
that
manga,
sounds like a
know.
super anime name, you know?
Right away, we're going to see
There we go.
Purple Team banning out First Time Draven. Now, that's something that's going to be expected. First Time Draven is their star player.
Obviously pick out a Draven.
Yeah, and they banned his Callista as well. He's a great ADC player, but he can play way more like other ADCs. Lucian's a high contested pick right now. Sivir's a high contested pick right now.
Callista too.
Yeah, it's old. They banned out Callista.
Yeah.
So
Oh yeah, they did. Yeah.
And they're going to ban out the Cassiopeia, probably a mid lane main on the blue team. We'll figure that out as we go along.
Yeah.
On the blue team, they banned a lot of lockdown, the Gragas knock up with the body slam.
A lot of really important, crowd control effects.
Yeah, exactly.
Sejuani first pick though.
Yeah, well,
like that was like, didn't ban phase over? Okay,
yeah,
right to picks,
right in it.
Sejuani immediate, and then Sion. I love a Sion Sejuani comp because Sion is like your hard engage, and if you happen to miss anything while you're playing Sion, you have Sejuani is like, oh, backup, axe toss.
Definitely, this pick and ban is going super hot. We're gonna add the fire as we get into the game. Purple team getting a lot of lockdown, a lot of great damage as well. Maokai, Rek'Sai, Blitzcrank, lots of lockdown. Pick. On the blue side, it's gonna be hot. It's gonna be hot.
These picks have gone so fast. We haven't even had time to talk about each one of them.
It's all good. We got 3 minutes after pick and ban. For blue team, one thing that I want to mention, we mentioned earlier, Jackson and I, that it's up to these star players to really carry their team and really lead them to a successful victory, in the sense that if you're picking a champion that they're comfortable with, or if they're picking a champion to defend the star carry. So in this case, First Time Draven's going to be picking out the Varus. Highly contested pick in the mid lane, can be played bot effectively, and he's going to have a Janna alongside him. A really defensive champion, going to disengage well, provide him with shields to give him that extra damage. So it's stuff like that that creates a great atmosphere in the team. People are having a great time. They're picking champions that could, they can win with, they can be comfortable with, and that's, I think, what really First Time Draven kind of sought out for here. And he's got the great team comp as well, with the Sejuani ult, locking them down, Sion following up. If they get a lot of lockdown, Varus ult, Anivia ult. It's just, blue team's massive with the whole team fight decision making right there.
Yeah, blue team wasted absolutely no time in picking what they needed.
Yeah.
They had a plan and they followed through with it because they knew that Anivia and Janna and possibly Sion were not going to be priority picks.
Yeah, no, of course.
They had no issue picking this team. And I'm looking at red sides right now. I like blue sides team, but I really like red sides team comp better because they have a lot of early game power with Rek'Sai and Lysandra, because Lysandra has a pretty good early game too.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to see those two work together in dominating the mid lane.
I see this all the time. It's always a team fight comp against a pick comp. The amount of times that I see something like this is ridiculous. It's a ridiculous amount of time. It's really up to Rek'Sai to dominate the early game, possibly invade Sejuani, possibly stop that Sion level 1 where he steals a buff, or he takes wolves and he dies and he gets that EXP boost, he gets that early level 2. It's really up to Rek'Sai to create a huge pressure around the map. If you're going to pick Anivia, you can pick Lysandra safely. Yeah. You can avoid a lot of her damage. The mid lane, you can escape very well. Anivia doesn't have a lot of escape. It's really up to Lissandra to dictate the pace of the mid lane and dictate the pace of the roaming with Rek'Sai, as you mentioned.
Yeah, and actually, Red Side's got an early game advantage because if they get the jump on Anivia, she only has Flash.
Yeah.
She only has Flash, so we could see a lot of repeat ganks from Rek'Sai
Yeah.
trying to just mess up Jukester.
Yeah,
You
no,
know?
yeah.
And I'm
yeah.
curious, let's take a look at the runes that Jukester's picked too on Anivia.
Let's take a look here. We've got...
So he's got the scaling ability power, which is fairly common right now, but no defensive runes except for health per level. So very, very few defensive stats.
I think he'll be fine, but definitely as an Anivia going risky with that ignite, maybe barrier would have been better, maybe teleport. They've got a huge pick comp. You know, you're not playing safe. You know, like Anivia is not the safest of champions, but if blue team manages to follow up effectively, they can create lots of opportunity for themselves around the dragon pit, around the roams. But I think Anivia is just gonna be stuck, sit put in the mid lane nest as a bird, always stays in the nest, never flies too far from the coop. Purple team. We mentioned about the roaming squad from Lissandra and Rek'Sai, but from that bot lane, if Blitzcrank doesn't land the hooks, Vayne's not going to be effective until late game.
Yeah.
Like Vayne is not an early game champion unless you have a blessed support, unless your support is a god. But you know, we're really gonna have to see Blitzcrank shine out there, and you know, maybe they can have help from Rek'Sai with the ultimate that he can be pressured all around the map. Maybe Maokai could teleport bot lane, create some pressure there. But the win conditions for blue team is to team fight. The win conditions for purple team is to pick somebody in transition. Pick somebody trying to maybe get some deep wards in, maybe trying to, you know, scout out the enemy. It's up to purple team to pick. If they can team fight effectively, by all means, Maokai is the front line, Lissandra locking down to somebody, Rek'Sai going in, putting down that damage. Maybe he's gonna pick challenging smite. It's up to, and maybe he's gonna have.
I think he would, honestly, challenging or chilling.
Yeah, it's up to him. He could even go Trailblazer. He could, you know, just farm up a lot. Like we'll see as the game goes in, but it could really go anyway. Maybe, but I don't know. Maybe he might even go. Wasn't there a fourth jungle item? Was there a fourth jungle item?
There's Trailblazer, the white one. What's the white one again?
Rangers,
something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, nobody uses that. Nobody uses that.
Sometimes people use it, but like in very specific conditions, and most of the time it's not as good as stuff like challenging, chilling, or trail.
Yeah, no, of course.
So really quick, we didn't really talk too much about the bot lane. We touched upon it. So I'm guessing what the plan is for bot lane is for Blitzcrank, when he pulls someone, if he pulls someone, he'll be close to a wall so Vayne can like insta stun and then just pound into him. And then for Janna and Varus has, you know, the most missed skill shot in the game, Chain of Corruption. And
yeah, I would give that statistic to Varus.
Absolutely.
Or Blitzcrank Cook.
Or
could
maybe
go either way.
We're poofing onto the Rift right now, but Janna and Varus is a very risky lane because if you chain someone with Varus and then ult the person away, you know, ult one enemy from the other enemy, you run the risk of the chain not actually working properly.
Yeah.
So that's a very, very risky lane to be in.
Well, I mean, you have such a huge lockdown team, right? Like, I don't think first time Draven, he's a diamond player, bro. Like,
I can't imagine he would make too many mistakes, but like, if these two people are, you know, these two players are not, you know, on sync with each other, then you run that risk. You run the risk of, you know, Chain of Corruption and a Janna ult, you know, kind of getting in the way of each other when they really should be going together. And here we go.
Oh, here we go. Chroma Jack taking a little bit low. He's gonna have to flash out the auto attack from Varus. Gonna get him first blood. First time Draven got that first blood already.
You know what? We don't even need a replay for that because that was pretty standard.
Yeah, he walked up. He thought Rek'Sai was gonna follow up. He thought Lissandra would have flanked from the north. But it looks like it's a little bit chilly, so she had to stay inside, stay in the warm brush, and that's going to be first blood for Draven. He's going to get himself a longsword in lane already. Jesus, that's going to be a rough lane for Vayne. She already had a terrible early game.
Yeah, it's getting a little chilly on the blue side. You know?
Yeah, that's.
They actually have a lot of cold-related champions like Sejuani and Anivia.
Yeah.
And Janna's kind of cold, but
I think there's some rivalry between Lysandra and Sejuani, so this could be some kind of heavyweight Titan match that we could be seeing here. But it's it's really up to the lore to speak for itself.
Yeah, and you know what? The best person to get that first blood on too was Varus. You know, he's going to be so far ahead. He went back and picked up
a longsword.
Yeah,
and an extra pot too. That's bonkers. That's bonkers. That's bananas. Standard start for everybody aside from that level 1 fight. Ooh, like that. Man, that Janna is going to be so crucial for that laning phase.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Providing Varus with the shield as he goes aggressive, like, you know... I'm a support main, alright? So I know kind of a little bit about the inner workings of the bot lane, and the rule of thumb is you should always...
Good hook by Blitzcrank.
Good hook, but not really going to follow up a lot. Not a lot of damage coming out from me. But you should always harass together. That's always the rule of thumb in bot lane, and Janna and Varus are doing a great job of that already. Just really, really punishing them for even just existing, being in lane. But it looks like lol girl boobs going in really hard onto Maokai there. He's following dangerously low. Gonna have to sustain up a little bit. Like you said earlier, a Scion, a great Scion is a great to have.
Yeah. Vayne taking a lot of punishment and getting the kill.
Oh my god. Wow.
Wow. You know what? I feel like that needs to replay, but that was, again, so standard. We're getting so many early standard kills where it's like, it's just simple mistakes.
Yeah. Well, you know like I said before, if your ADC is that good and you're punishing the enemy bot lane just for existing, just for owning the client and playing in this tournament, you're a god. You're playing exceptionally well. And I think that, you know, if first time Draven could turn this into like a global carry, but looks like Rek'Sai is going to try to make some impact in the top lane. He's going to, Lol Girl Boobs is going to have to flash out, looking for the twisted advance from Maokai, but he's out of mana and not going to clean up as nice. Rek'Sai is going to chill around in the top lane. Hopefully, he's waiting for Lol Girl Boobs to kind of overextend, but he's going to rotate down to the mid lane or go back to the jungle and farm.
Yeah, we're going to have to come back up there shortly because I feel like Rek'Sai is going to want to repeat gank on this, and you can see Maokai really protecting.
Ooh, Rek'Sai in the mid lane. Flash out from Anivia. She's going to have to flash. Ignite going out onto Jukester. Looks like the missed skill shot from Rek'Sai. Anivia is going to walk away with what looks like 5, you know, 5,
single digit HP.
Single digit HP.
Walked out completely fine. No summoner spells used. Really good on Jukester.
And he has the balls to clear a Rek'Sai tunnel. That is... He's definitely got the eggs in Anivia.
Oh, yeah. So Lol Girl Boob's getting his health back.
Yeah, he's got the crystalline flask. He's got the dodge from Vayne there. Looks like the hook coming out from Blitzcrank. Gonna burn 2 summoners in that bot lane. First time Draven gonna return the damage. In the mid lane, we got a little bit of a tussle as well. Sejuani and Anivia going ham onto Lysandra, but wow, pressure all over the map. First time Draven, if he had a little bit more mana, he could have got the kill onto Vayne. But one thing I really got to say is that Rek'Sai's got to go to that bot lane. It's either he's going to give it up, pressure mid and top, which he has been doing, or he's got to help out that bot lane and get Vayne ahead, or shut down first time Draven. He's an insanely good player. He can create pressure from, you know, a lot of different situations, and he did. He got a kill in lane. He got a kill early game, and he's making wonders happen here.
Yeah, the issue I have right now is that Chromajax and Kachimura... Oh, hang on. We got to fight in the top lane. Oh. Okay. They backed off. Chromajax and Temptation, they're not taking advantage of first-time Draven's low mana.
Yeah.
Not that they can, because first-time Draven has a much longer attack range than Vayne.
Yeah.
But they're just not taking advantage of the fact that he doesn't have very much mana. He's just auto-poking. And they're so scared of him right now.
Yeah,
they're way too scared.
I would be too, you know. He could possibly change his name after this to First Time Varus. You know, it's possible. He's playing exceptionally well. He's ahead in CS.
Oh,
Looks like here comes Lysandra. Gonna get the kill onto Anivia if she manages.
She's staying for some reason. I don't know why.
Those auto attacks are serious. Jukes are gonna turn it on back onto Lysandra. It's gonna be the flash knockup from Rek'Sai. He's gonna try to get the kill onto Jukester there, but he's not going to manage to get the kill. Blitzcrank Hook coming out to first time Draven. He's going to try. Oh my god! The snipe from downtown! Sejuani going to continue the pressure into mid lane. That's going to be 3 kills for nothing.
No, 2
wow.
kills.
Oh, yeah, sorry, 2 kills.
Yeah,
but
2
like,
kills for now.
but I'm talking about that bot lane.
Yeah, that was
first
a
time
massive.
Draven holding down the trigger and letting go at the last second.
Okay,
Jesus.
so we should replay that middle matchup real quick because that was pretty intense.
Yeah, let's take a look at the replay there. We're just gonna back up a little bit here. We're gonna try to back up to that Lissandra 1v1. Let's roll the clip now if we can. She comes out. Let's hit that play button.
Here we go.
Walk me through what happened here.
Okay, so FE Clips comes in right after those skirmish, and Jukester is just he's walking away. He's so confident right now. He knows how much he can take, and Clips just keeps going in deep, and he's still going for the fight. And he doesn't feel like he can take it.
That was a little bit wonky. He, Rek'Sai almost fell, and if in that case that he did fall, if Sejuani was able to finish him off, I would have just went for the kill on Anivia. His flash was down. He did flash engage for that Anivia knockup, but it wasn't enough. I think, like you said, you were right. Lissandra should have backed off. It was really up to her to dictate the pace of that fight, and Anivia really just, outsmarted her, outmaneuvered her. It was great play from Anivia.
I'm a little surprised, though, that Clips did not keep going, because he had enough health to probably get a few more autos and possibly the kill.
Yeah.
But he might have been scared of the Rek'Sai knockup to keep him there too long under the turret. So I would say that it was a pretty smart move on his part, but I feel like if he played smarter, he could have gotten a kill.
Yeah. At this point, it's really looking rough for Red Team. They're trying to create some opportunities for themselves, but they've just been falling a little bit short every time they've tried to create an opportunity. It's going to be up to the dragon fight or whatever kind of dance that they decide to make. And with that, they're going to have to try to create some opportunities. Here, like I said, they're going to try to dance the dragon away. Maokai teleporting back. He's going to be recalling back home, hoping to get a teleport in. There's no wards in the dragon pit. First time Draven and Sejuani hammering away at this dragon. They've been told to back off by a ping. That's going to be first dragon going over to blue side. Blue side looking really, really strong right now. In the right place at the right time, making the right opportunities. And that's what you got to do in this solo queue tournament. You got to take your team, become a leader, and really lead them to victory. And first time Draven's really, Sejuani's also dictating the pace. Every member on first time Draven's team is really playing to their win objectives.
Best. Good chain of corruption, and you know what? This looks pretty bad for. Well, actually, hang on.
Ult coming out from Janna. She's gonna get
Wow.
knocked down by Chroma Jack. The flash coming out from Blitzcrank. He's gonna juke that Q there. First time Draven in a little bit of a pickle. Here comes Lissandra from the left wing. She's hoping to get the kill, maybe get the shutdown goal. They're gonna collapse onto this guy, Pink Ward. Gonna get Lissandra spotted
that requires a bit of a replay, because I gotta say
that was crazy.
That was the first time we've seen first time Draven look a little bit shaken up, and I gotta say that was impressive. So
let's roll the replay there. First time Draven.
Okay, so here we go.
Yeah,
speeding up a little bit here.
He gets hooked by the Blitzcrank, I think. There.
Look at that. Blitzcrank gets a really good knock-up stun, and Janna dies to the turret, and then a really good flash.
Yeah.
Assuming that first time Draven's going to shoot forward, and he flashes back into the turret. And first time Draven just kind of walks back to lane. But I got to say, that was really, really impressive on his part. On Chroma Jack's part. Really good out prediction.
Yeah, man. Canada has got the best Challenger mechanics across the nation.
Yeah, we actually, the British Columbia team. Remember they won the collegiate.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
That just happened.
Yeah, even them. Canada's home to some really, really good talent. We're seeing that here at the Solo Queue Legends, Esports Canada, Red Mercy, Red Bull. We've got this huge trifecta of people making this happen. Hoping to see some great games today. So far, first time Draven and his squad are making things happen. In the mid lane, we've got Ketchimaru getting a little bit low. Jukester No need for jukes there. Gonna get the solo kill onto Kachimaru. Here comes Rek'Sai to kind of salvage what he can of the minions in the mid lane.
Yeah, jukes are doing very, very well right now. And he's actually got not more farm, but he's been a part of more stuff.
Clip's gonna change his name to Xmithy after this game, missing a Sejuani all onto Rek'Sai. Not that it would have mattered. I don't think they would have followed up on that anyways.
I think it was in pure like defense for the most part. Like he just threw it out to make sure nothing else would happen. But
ooh, first time Draven.
As far as gold discrepancy goes right now, too, it's looking close to about 3,000, in between 3 and 2,000 right now.
Yeah.
And I mean, a lot of this is coming from first time Draven. He's got 3 kills. He's 30 CS over Vayne.
He's exactly 1,000.
Oh,
here comes the hook from Hook City from downtown. Blitzcrank gonna pay for being a little bit too close to first time Draven. Draven gonna get the solo kill, and that's really like the weirdest thing I've ever seen. When a Blitzcrank hooks and he dies. That's when you know this game is going downhill from here. And that's
another kill in the bot lane.
Ooh, Earthy Manga falling dangerously low. First time Draven gonna get ulted from Lissandra. Vayne gonna get the kill onto Jen, and this is exactly the fight that they need to turn things around. First time Draven gonna get the kill onto Rek'Sai. Vayne gonna get some incredible redemption there onto Varus. Gonna get the shutdown gold. That's gonna put her... Really, the gold difference is not as much. First time Draven is still one grand ahead, but still, hopefully that's gonna give Vayne some confidence that she needs to really swing things around. And that was quite a little fight down there in the bot lane.
You know what? That was really well played.
Yeah, for sure.
They took advantage of Janna's low health in a bush that was warded. Rek'Sai comes in, gets the knock up, and everyone else just piles on after first time Draven tries to help. If he had walked away, that would have been better, because then he wouldn't have died as well and got the shutdown gold over to Vayne. But he tried to be the hero and help out his teammate, but it just costed him his life.
I think at this point, first time Draven is not going to play as safe as he should, or as safe as he would like to be. I think that he doesn't really fight in the bot lane. This is going to be... Looks like we're a little bit frozen here. Let's take a look at this quick bot lane. Teleport coming in from Sion. Looks like we missed. We're going to try to get a replay of that setup.
Yeah,
so we
Vayne
can take a
just
look.
Got annihilated. Control-Alt-Deleted, like you normally say. So, hang on 1 second.
Gotta fight. Sejuani going a little bit ham. Oh, they're gonna collapse onto the Sejuani. Knockup coming out from Rek'Sai. Gonna have to flash out of there. Both teams kind of just dancing around the corridors of the red side jungle, rather, blue buff side. Dragon up in 40 seconds. Both teams looking to contest the Dragon Pit. I don't think that red team wants to let them have that again. We're going to get the replay up in just a moment. Let's get that replay playing right now. Vayne is backing here. Let's take that off manual camera, actually.
There we go. Okay, so Sion comes in for the teleport and just annihilates. Pretty standard. Good play on Sion's part, since top lane was, not being disturbed at any point in time. Sure. Maokai had backed, so good play on his part.
Absolutely. Now we see that both teams are grouping around the Dragon Pit. Maokai is split pushing in the top lane. He's got teleport available. Sion does not have that teleport. He's going to have to be brought down to that Dragon Pit to keep his team kind of safe and away from engages. Be that front line that they need. First time Draven starting the Dragon. Both teams kind of just like in the wings. They're both a little bit afraid. Lissandra is fairly low. I think that blue team does have this in the bag. Sion trying to pick up that Rek'Sai. They're going to get the Dragon off there. Sejuani gonna pick that up. Yeah, completely uncontested. Ooh, Q from first time Draven, almost gonna get the kill onto Vayne. That's probably gonna be a chase from Sejuani. She tries to the flash from Vayne. Gonna get out safely, and that's gonna be a turret for a Dragon. I wouldn't say that would be worth it. I would have liked to see maybe Lissandra back a little bit earlier to regroup, and they might have been able to contest this Dragon. But that's gonna be a turret for a turret and Dragon. First time Draven really. Him and his team are dictating the pace of this game.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's only 16 minutes in. There's a 3k gold lead, a 5 kill lead, and a big fight. Here we go.
Anivia going to get the kill onto Rek'Sai. Maokai teleporting into the wings, and he's going to use Righteous Glory to run past the team. These guys are shaken up.
Oh, absolutely. I said possibly some miscommunication there for him to use Righteous Glory and teleport, thinking that maybe he could go in. But since Rek'Sai got deleted almost instantly, oh, big fight coming in the mid lane.
Ooh, they're gonna get the ult onto Vayne, eliminating the hyper carry right away into the fight. Janna ult gonna keep her alive. The ignite taken away. Maokai gonna execute his ult, gonna get a double kill onto Janna and Varus there. Sion gonna pick up the kill onto Maokai. That's gonna be a 2-for-2 exchange. I don't know if that's gonna give Red Team the confidence that they need to kind of bring this game back. But nevertheless, that was a great fight. We're gonna need to see a couple of those. Let's take a look at that replay and walk us through what happened, Ghost Junk.
Okay, so we kind of start the fight here for the most part, where blue side's coming around after the turret, and get speed up just a bit. Okay, so we get back to this turret. They take the first turret down. A lot more skirmishing, some back and forth. Rek'Sai ends up getting too close. The Chain of Corruption comes in, and he gets deleted instantly. And then, for some reason, they continue the fight. There comes Maokai back in. Everyone coming back in, and here's the big fight.
Yeah.
Maokai really trying to like be some kind of presence here, but he just...
I think he did a great job. He did get the double kill onto Janna and Varus, and he really... Hopefully he turns that gold into a defensive item that will benefit his team. Looks like he is going to build that Randuin's. I would have liked to see a Frozen Heart because that would have like really helped out. Ooh, the hook missing. First time Draven positioning them around the minions effectively. Going to get the Chain of Corruptions onto Blitzcrank. Going to finish off with a slice of pie. Varus offering that with a cup of lemonade rather, or Red Bull rather. Sponsorships randomly, you know, popping up all over the place. Lol Girl Boobs and Kevin Animator having a wet noodle fight in the top lane. You know, throughout this game, I would have liked to see some more pressure from Maokai. Maybe some teleports in the bot lane, shut down that Varus, because Varus is 6-2-3. He's got a huge gold lead on a lot of the carries on the enemy team. Looks like the wet noodle fight continues.
More like a macaroni noodle fight at the moment.
Yeah, Maokai falling dangerously low on mana. Yeah. While the blue team is pushing into that bot lane, Maokai he really needs to be there for his team. His team's gonna get pushed in and completely, you know, pressured, but they're gonna back off, steal some of the jungle camp. What do you think Red Team needs to do to have a chance to really pull out a win, or see if they have a chance to stand against the first-time Draven team? We're gonna have to pause that conversation. Looks like we have a little bit of a fight. Oh, hook comes out, misses onto the Janna.
Everyone's just going to back off now by the looks of
it.
Yeah. So what Red Team needs to do is they need to get picks that are just in the random people walking through the jungle. Or hold out to late game to when Vayne can become ridiculously overpowered. But because blue team is so far ahead...
Oh, baby! 2 men all coming out from clips. He's going to clip them in their place. Here comes the first time Draven... Arrow, not going to land onto Blitzcrank. He's going to flash out of that one safely. Lissandra in the wing, hopefully trying to create some pressure. Going to try to get the engage onto Clips. Here comes the Righteous Glory from Maokai. Lissandra going to get the kill onto Sejuani. Rek'Sai off to the side, pressuring the Varus and the Janna. They're going to continue the chase onto Anivia. They're not going to get the kill. Vayne off to the wing. Going to stand right in front of Sion. Janna and Varus catching up to the fight. They're going to get the kill. Anivia's going to get the kill onto Blitzcrank. This is not looking too hot for Red Team. They're going to have to get out of this one safely. Lissandra going to ditch his boy, Kevin Animator. Triple kill for the bird. Looks like he's ready to leave the nest and become a bird with wings.
That was a pretty scary fight, if you were on Red side at least, because I would not want to go up against any of these guys in a dark alley. We do have a replay of that whole fight.
Okay. Walk us through that, Ghost Chunk, because I think they got a little bit split up there during that entire fight.
Okay, yeah. So they start here.
Let's get that replay up.
Get the replay up.
Right after Anivia takes this minion.
No replay? We getting a replay?
Or we're...
Okay,
there we go.
Here we go. So look, here we see everyone starting to fight in the jungle, just a little bit, okay? And then we get a really good ultimate from Clips. Gets 2 members in, and Chromax ends up getting the silence off. And then first time Draven, a lot of pursuit. Janna was being very relentless. And then here we have Lissandra coming from the side trying to flank. She ends up getting the ultimate onto Sejuani and killing her right at the end. And Maokai finally gets to the party. Now on the side, Janna and Vars are trying to take out Rek'Sai, and he gets the Chain of Corruption. A really good ultimate, and they manage to take him down. And then we have Vayne trying to take out Sion here. Vayne is going to end up, I think, going down right at the end. Yep. And Sion manages to live somehow. Lissandra just bails at this point, and Maokai's like, what the hell? What am I going to do now? And he ends up dying over to Anivia.
That was a little rough to watch, but we're going to get back right into the swing of things right as soon as we're done talking. Earthy Manga. Oh, that heal.
Fantastic.
He threw everything onto Earthy Manga. She's going to get double whirlwind. Going to get the blue team's going to get the kill onto Blitzcrank and to Rek'Sai. Vayne going to get the kill onto the support. Maokai taking 4 boys on at the same time. Maokai really trying to carry his team here, really trying to create some kind of opportunity, but his team just keeps getting split up. They're not fighting as a squad as they should be. I think they would really benefit from these alleyways with the Vayne Condemn, with a lot of the interesting CC positioning that they have. But blue team is just ruthless in their engages and ruthless in picking up the members. They only lost the support. That's not a great time.
No, that is not. I mean, that was a scary fight because they, F Eclipse and First Time Draven, this is like a team fighting team. This team is sticking together. They are fighting together, and Kachumari, just to pick on him, kind of got stuck between a rock and a hard place because he didn't know which way to go.
Yeah.
He wasn't even a part of that fight. He still has his ultimate up. So that was a really unfortunate incident for Kachumari, Kevin and Nader. I can't even pronounce that name.
23 minutes in, 19-7.
With like a 6,500 gold lead. Sion ulting defensively.
Yeah, it was a little bit risky to be there in that position with his team not around. But it looks like First Time Draven's team is doing fairly well for themselves. Red team trying to salvage whatever they can of this game. Maokai really trying to create some opportunities and tank a lot of the damage. He's always doing that 1v4, 1v3. He's really just there to soak damage, and he's doing his job, but his team's just not...
Oh, good juke.
Whoa!
Really good juke. From
Impressive. Sion there off to the side in the front line of things.
It's a 3-on-3 fight, and he gets the full channel Sion axe off with the knockout.
Here comes Rek'Sai. Lissandra's fairly low. She's going to have to dodge the Q there from Varus. Blue team is completely choking them into an uncomfortable position. Vayne's in the bot lane, getting that turret. Hopefully they can not die from this little fight here.
Oh, good chain of corruption. Picking
off
off one person.
Jesus, they're going to completely decimate that Blitzcrank. 1-7-2. He's just digging a grave for himself at this point.
Yeah.
And, hopefully Vayne gets a second turret off this. But it's going to be Baron. There's a lot of objectives in question, but blue team's definitely going to get Baron off this. Rek'Sai can't even contest. If he smites this, I will eat my underwear.
I'm going to hold you to that.
If Rek'Sai steals this, I will bite into my underwear. I'm not going to eat it. I can't digest underwear.
You keep changing the rules.
No. I will bite it. I will bite it. I will bite it.
Well,
But the
he
stun!
might die before he gets the chance to, because they're putting a lot of...
Oh, Rek'Sai, don't smite that. Don't you
no,
smite that. Don't you smite that. Don't you... Yes.
No, he
okay.
died.
All right. I'm good.
First time Draven actually flashed over the wall. I think
safe.
to get that because he didn't want.
I'm safe.
He didn't want a steal happen, so he's like, "Oh, I'll just kill him."
Patrick is smiling because he knows it would have been a gruesome stream.
He would have done it on camera too.
I would have had to. I would have had to. But thankfully, First Time Draven, I should buy him a beer or something. Thank him later for taking down that Rek'Sai. I was not about to bite my underwear on stream in front of millions of fans when we probably only have tens or hundreds. But nevertheless,
I'd say hundreds. I don't know. I'd say hundreds.
Yeah, man. But at the end of the day,
what was interesting is while that was going on, because they were trying to stall Baron, and I think that's probably why Rek'Sai kind of forfeited his life more or less. He probably wasn't expecting the flash.
Yeah.
Vayne was pushing bot lane, so now they have no turrets down there except for the inhibitor. So they did get something for it, but it was not enough to not even close to put them in the lead.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, what I always like to say is if I'm losing a game horribly, I feel a little bit okay if I've taken a turret. I feel like, yeah, you know what? We made a dent.
Yeah,
we made a dent in the armor.
Something for something else, even if it's small, at least you're contributing.
Ooh.
You know.
First time Draven missing that chain of corruption, but it doesn't matter. Looks like Chroma Jack is gonna try to get the kill onto Varus, but that shield is so strong from Janna.
They were put in a really tight spot there. Actually, I think possibly a little bit of overextension on Temptation and Comajack's fault. Comax Jack.
I think that blue team's gonna get a lot from this fight here. They got the Baroned up minions. Scion's pushing in the bot lane. He does have teleport available. So here comes the ult from Kachimaru. He's gonna get the kill onto Varus. Shutdown coming out from Lissandra. Gonna get the kill onto Varus. Gonna get that shutdown goal. Sejuani picking up the return kill onto Lissandra. They're gonna get the kill onto Rek'Sai. Double kill going out to Eclipse. That's gonna be maybe 2 inhibitors, maybe 1. We'll see what happens. Both teams, Sejuani alone is just fairly low. Vayne getting a little bit too close for comfort. Earthy Manga stuck between,
a tree and a hard place.
A tree and a hard metal. But he's gonna make it out alive.
Yeah, he got out. Good ultimate on his part, healing himself up a little and pushing everybody back.
I would say Janna is the most annoying support to face. A Thresh is annoying, but Janna is more annoying. Because once you think, her ult is down, I can chase her now. She's gonna Zephyr you.
That's exactly when she strikes and just...
Yeah. She's got the Howling Gales. She's got everything that she needs to really peel for an ADC, and definitely an annoying champion.
Yeah. You know what I'd like to build on Janna, though, is Ardent Sensor. Because when you shield a turret, the turret gets the attack speed buff too. So it can start attacking faster when you're in, tier 1 situations where you just want to defend the turret.
That's a good point. The only problem with Ardent Sensor is the cost.
Yeah, it's expensive.
Really, supports need to buy something that's really cost efficient and makes them the most amount of gold that they need.
Or utility heavy.
Yeah, so Janna opted in for the Mikhails. She didn't finish her talisman because her team is doing extremely well. Yeah. They don't need to chase if they have all these engages.
And she has a captain buff too on her.
Yeah. So if she's in the front line, always being focused, people can catch up. Yeah,
good chain of corruption.
Great
really
wall.
Good
wow.
So,
3rd dragon of the game, 4th dragon of the game.
Yeah, they're coming close to.
Blue team really wants
fantastic number 5.
Finish this in style. I think maybe they might hold out till the 5th dragon. But looks like Kevin Animator is going to be stuck in a little bit of a tough spot. He flashes out. Jukester is godlike. Going to get the kill onto Maokai. Rek'Sai juking with the tunnels. The mole rat gets her way out of there. Making a network of tunnels. Rek'Sai missing the ultimate there. Going to get condemned. Hopefully Vayne can shred some health here, but not going to be enough. Blue team going to push down. Oh, Earthy Manga. Oh my god!
Good baits. Good jail baits.
Wow.
Yeah, first time Draven was actually chasing Rek'Sai for that last little part. I think he was getting a little bit greedy there. Not that it mattered because everything worked out, but it's just funny. I just saw him going all the way around the map.
I think they're going to try to end the game here. First time Draven just off to the side while his team tanks the turrets and the damage. Oh, but Maokai finds out, hey, Varus, I'm not going to let you have a field day all on your own. He's going to try to get the kill onto Varus, but the turret damage wasn't enough. Neither was the Maelstrom. Looks like the team is going to get a clean ace almost. Blitzcrank, the only one left alive. And that might be game. The wall coming out from Jukester. They're going to get the kill onto.
Yep, they're going to end right
That's going to be the ace. First time Draven and his squad really showing us what a team can do when they have the right composition, have the right opportunities to create these games.
They planned this out really well.
Yeah, definitely.
Despite the fact that Janna and Varus aren't always the best in lane together, they played that so perfectly.
Absolutely, and the advantage that they abused their advantage. That longsword really made the difference in lane. Vayne was incredibly behind. It was really rough for Vayne to catch up. But at the end of the day, let's take a look at the damage dealt to champions, so we can kind of take a look. Wow,
Varus's damage dealt is well over all the other players in the game.
Yeah,
more than double what Maokai was putting out. Yeah, almost quadruple what Vayne was putting out. Almost 6 times.
Yeah, and Maokai was really the saving grace for his team. He was the only one that was doing the most damage, which is disappointing. That's disappointing. I think maybe where they lost was pick and ban, and Maokai really tried to salvage that. But that's it for this game. We're going to be back with more solo queue with your caster Finding Simo, Ghost Chunk, and Muskie Bad's going to be into the rotation right after this. Stay tuned for more solo queue.
Hey guys, welcome back to Solo Queue Legends number 2, and boy do we have a game ready for you guys. This is the debut of Red Mercy on stream for the tournament that he actually sponsored quite a bit of money for. He put in $1,500, and I think he's looking to make it back.
Oh yeah, he's got his game face on, computer warmed up, and he is ready to annihilate the enemy team.
And you know how you can tell it's a Red Mercy game? Zed band, Twisted Fate band. I'm surprised there's no, Akali or Yasuo, considering, how much of a name this guy has for himself, let alone in the Toronto scene. This guy has won so many of the Solo Queue Legends tournaments, and, when he doesn't win, he's in the top 3. He's
absolutely
got unrivaled, coordination and leadership. This guy just demands respect when he joins a team, and that's exactly the winning formula for these Solo Queue Legends tournaments.
Oh yeah, I've seen him play a lot of assassin champions, and he just doesn't demand or respect. He earns it too. Like, he grabs it by the balls and just annihilates enemies when he plays these assassin champions.
Yeah, it is not uncommon to see him absolutely destroy a lane. Wouldn't be surprised if he looks towards something like Lysandra. That is a champion that he plays quite often, not to mention things like Katarina, Diana even, so... Lots of things left open for him. On the flip side, we've got Vi Band, Anivia Band, and Graves Band. I did notice that there's been quite a few people playing Anivia in this tournament, and, it's not bad against this tank meta, considering that there are a lot of things that, don't have a lot of mobility, like something like an Aurelia, and if you can place an Anivia ult down and just slow them and give, it's like, in a lot of ways, Protect the Carry mage. It's a control mage who does a lot of damage as well. So
it's a lot of consistent damage, too.
Yeah.
Like, as long as you're in that circle, you're going to be taking X amount of damage for X amount of time. So it's very reliable.
Yep. Some other nice mages like that in the current meta are Karthus is very strong currently. Yeah. And, it's really cool to see players go back to these champions because if you've got your high-rated player on a control mage like that, you can really run team fights by yourself. So
I think I remember seeing Red Mercy play Karthus back in season 2, season 3,
sure.
and he was very, very aggressive. Like, for a Karthus, which is probably one of the squishiest champions in the game, he was super aggressive.
Yeah. I mean, this guy plays everything. He plays Cassiopeia as well, Ahri. Like, he is a tried and true mid laner. We do have the Sejuani first pick going over to Red Mercy's team, and obviously the bottom lane picked up for the purple team as well. Jinx could lead them into playing towards some sort of late game team composition. They could pick up something like a Lulu here, a Nunu jungle, anything like that is available. And on the flip side, there's just a huge front line and, of course, the Sivir utility to help them out in, their map movements.
Grabbing Leona to try and match the amount of crowd control that Nautilus and Sejuani can put out. So Leona does a very good job. With Leona, you can CC 3 targets at once if you happen to get all the right angles, but... I mean, right now, they're going to need another pretty chunky, utility-heavy champion to try and match out what Red Mercy's team has got.
Yeah, they're going to need to sort of pick the direction of their team composition in this rotation right here.
Something like a Jarvan, I think, would really work well because you can just ult everyone inside and then Leona ult on top of them,
Wouldn't be surprised if we see, a Wukong. That's actually very, very nice in terms of engage and disengage. If it's most likely going to be a top lane Wukong. In terms of the jungle, I think a Nunu would fit absolutely perfectly here. They've got a Hecarim to hopefully get into the back line, but, Cassiopeia, really, she just soaks that first ultimate from Hecarim. He's not going to blow up anybody, and then, the re-engage coming out. That's exactly what Jinx wants to do. They want to get the Cassiopeia ultimate, get the reset on Jinx, and then just clean up the team fight. She's got the execute with her ult. That's so much AoE damage. Couple that with a Wukong, and Red Mercy obviously reading the composition perfectly, looks towards picking up that LeBlanc, which is a fantastic answer to deal with those squishy but powerful backlane champions of the purple team.
Yeah, LeBlanc's very, very scary on Red Mercy, and very scary in general, and like you said, Cassiopeia just going to try and, scare someone, lock him down. Wukong can even help keep them in place with that knock-up.
Yeah, they've got a fantastic team composition in terms of team fighting, and their lanes are strong as well. However, on the flip side, I mean, the blue team really does have a fantastic composition of their own. The only real problem is that they don't have disengage apart from Sejuani ultimate and the Sivir ultimate. So there is
you did
the
call the
Nunu.
Nunu. Yep.
That only problem there is going to be keeping that Jinx alive, because Red Mercy, like, I'll say it, he's pretty much the Faker of Toronto at this point. He's a very, very strong mid laner.
Oh, yeah. Probably the Faker of certain parts of Canada, at the very least.
Absolutely.
Maybe not just Toronto.
Absolutely. So he is, his primary target is going to be that backline, and there's no shields, there's no heal, nothing like that for the backline. So at the very least, they're going to need to get some sort of, Aegis of the Legion onto either the jungler and the support. Those guys are going to be tanky, but I mean, zone control from a Nautilus, or zone control from a Nunu, and zone control from a Wukong don't really help against LeBlanc and Hecarim, because they're so easily able to get into that backline and just pop somebody immediately.
Yeah, and if we're just looking at like number of tanks from red or blue side to red side, Sejuani and Nautilus, they're very tanky champions, and Hecarim can be played kind of as like an off tank. Nunu doesn't exactly have a lot of tankiness early, at least not as much compared to Nautilus or Sejuani. Wukong could be considered an off tank, and Leona is tanky, but not at the same level as Nautilus. So I feel like she'll be a really good distraction, but I don't think she'll be living as long as Nautilus or Sejuani.
Yep, that is a very good point. I'm actually, gonna say it here. It's gonna be a lot on to Silver Nyx. He's going for that barrier. His matchup in the mid lane is going to pretty much dictate how the rest of this game is going to go. Wukong, no matter what happens, is still going to be pretty useful with his ultimate. Obviously, it would be nice to have one that blows somebody up, but with Hell Butterfly on that Nunu, they're going to want to have control around that mid lane. That will give him the opportunity to invade the opposing jungle, give a lot of trouble to the Sejuani, and if Silver Nyx is on the back foot and is getting pushed in by LeBlanc, if he starts to lose that lane, it's going to snowball out of control. They're going to lose every sort of, control on the map. They're not going to have the vision, and Red Mercy will be able to roam and set up picks with that Sejuani. A very, very strong duo combination instead of in terms of picking up kills. In terms of just lane strength and like strength of junglers, in terms of setting up just buff steals and everything like that, the advantage is definitely over to the purple team. And Cassiopeia is a very, very strong laner if you're good on that champion.
Oh yeah.
So I mean, this game in terms of the picks and bans is very, very close. It's just going to be down to, who is able to play their champions better.
Yeah, what I like about, the red side, purple side is those, the Leona ult, the Cassiopeia ult, and the Wukong ult. Those are three ults that, are still really good ult even if you're behind. Because Wukong can just jump in, knock everybody up. Then, the Cassiopeia Scare can freeze them all in place. And Leona can just pile right on top.
Yeah.
So those are three, forgiving ults.
It's a great balance of frontline and backline for both of these team comps here. There's not a whole lot to protect metabolism, but because there's so much distance engaged from that team, nobody's really going to be going for the backline apart from that Wukong, and he's really going to be aiming to knock up everybody. He's going to be trying to be, the real initiation with a Leona ultimate and just get those big AoE knockups. He's not going to be as much of an anti-carry unless he does really well in his lane. This is a pretty interesting pick ban phase here. I really got to say, this is a very, very balanced situation. I hope Silver Nyx is able to match up with Red Mercy. I mean, he did absorb a target ban of his own, so should be interesting.
Yeah, Silver Nyx. I feel like Silver Nyx is probably going to pick up a really early tier, mostly for the defensive capability when it turns into Seraphs, because if LeBlanc just goes ham onto Cassiopeia during the mid game, there's a good chance that he will die instantly, because LeBlanc is, as we all know, a burst nightmare. So at least if he has that Seraph's Embrace, he can shield himself from some of the damage and hopefully return fire.
Yeah, I would be surprised if he didn't go towards an Abyssal Scepter as well after that tier. And, I would like to see an early Banshee's Veil on the Jinx as well.
Yeah, I could definitely foresee that. If not Banshee's Veil, possibly the Mercurial. Just to get some of the buffs off, get the movement speed increase, or sorry, the debuffs off, and get the movement speed increase.
All right, so here we go. Jumping into the Rift momentarily. Just to remind you guys, this is pretty much the welterweight going on here. We've got Red Mercy off to defend his honor of this tournament. He put in $1,500 to set this whole thing up. Donated, really liked what we're doing here with the Solo Queue Legends, and he actually came in second place.
And here we go, poofing onto the Rift, both sides. I do. By the way, I do like the Wukong Cassiopeia matching skins, Jade Fang.
Yeah, and you know, one of my favorite compositions to run back in the day actually was Wukong Karthus, and this plays pretty similar, to be honest, in a lot of the ways where Wukong is kind of a cleanup carry, and that's basically going to be his job with the Jinx. So, very, very, very strong compositions. We got double Flask for the top laners, and double Tarkin for the bottom laners as well. So pretty much identical items all the way around the map. You know, a 1v2 would be pretty strong here, but I don't think that either team will be doing it. I would like to see a 1v2 forced out from the red side. They'd like to, you know, avoid that bottom lane matchup. Not the best for them. Not you know, Leona isn't able to kind of lock down a Sivir if she uses her spell shield properly. And the blue side would be eager to get that dragon control. But because it is a solo queue tournament, I don't expect that we will see that. So it looks like it's just going to be the standard lanes. Yeah, I mean it's happened before for sure. But, you know, you got to be pretty coordinated, not even necessarily coordinated as a team, but you have to have some sort of experience playing together so that everyone knows what is supposed to happen in the 1v2.
I noticed Red Mercy going somewhat deep into the utility tree, picking up the improved health pots over Cassiopeia.
Yeah, he is going to be pushed quite hard.
Yeah.
In those early levels, so
I think he's expecting some relatively decent damage out of Cassiopeia, so it's like insurance in case he takes too much of a bad trade. You get a little bit more health out of those health pots, make him last a little bit longer.
Yeah, he basically just needs to get to level 6, or he needs to wait for his jungler to get to level 6, where he can get the support from that Sejuani. Up until that point, it is going to be on Epic Sin to, you know, just kind of ward up for him and make sure that he's safe and that he can avoid getting pushed in and can react to the Nunu if he needs to. Lots of push pressure coming down from this bottom lane here. Jinx doing her best to deal with Sivir's auto attack push. Actually, a Q missed there, so early trade going in the favor of Red Mercy. However, you know, that's a 17-second cooldown on that LeBlanc W, so this is where Silver Nyx needs to start stepping up.
Yeah, typically on Cassiopeia, you know, you can start with W, because it's the same amount of mana, plus it has a bigger range, and the cooldown's slightly longer, but not enough to make like a huge difference. So you could start with W on Cassiopeia if you wanted to, but the typical start is Q.
Something we need to pay attention to is that nobody on the top lane has Smite. Here we go, a little bit of aggression.
Yep, Leona going in, getting the stun off. Nautilus getting trapped in the Jinx grenades, but really just some trading back and forth. Looks like Red Mercy's team, though, managed to get the better end of the deal.
Not a lot of sustain in this game for the bottom lanes.
Fade away. Going deep. Oh, nope. I'm thinking about going deep, but not going deep yet.
Yeah, neither top laner has Smite. They both have Teleport available. However, Fadeaway has used his Ignite already. And, you know, Wukong gets very, very strong as he moves towards level 6.
Oh, good stun on Leona. Really good stun. Stopping that Nautilus stun before it even started. So
Metabolism out of mana already. And Jinx, you know, sitting pretty healthy right there.
He was looking to push. He wanted some harass.
Yeah, obviously not working out the best for him. Hasn't got a spell shield.
Oh, here we go. Leona going in. Nautilus getting a good stun off and a good dredge line onto Jinx, and still going past. And
yeah, but you know that Sivir actually missed her spell shield there, and that's like a 25-30 second cooldown. So he's even worse on mana now. And in terms of effective health in that bottom lane, red side definitely very, very strong in the advantage, and they've got the push. They just need to be worried about the Sejuani. But guess what? She's top lane, trying to get some wards down, control of that Scuttle Crab. So they'll be fine for now, getting the wards out now.
Red Mercy really bullying Cassiopeia, and I was actually concerned. Oh, he's going in.
She's
really
got
looking
a
at
barrier.
some autos, burning Ignite too.
Yeah, that's not necessarily what you want to see. You got to land your Qs. You got to, you know, pressure very hard as soon as LeBlanc uses all of her abilities. You need to get in her face, and you know, Epic Silver Nyx hasn't really been able to do that so far. Hell Butterfly forced to go control the wave in mid.
Oh, top lane, here we go. Wukong looking very unpleasant right now. Hecarim going in, but he backs off, doesn't want to take any
Yes, he will
damage.
fade away. Nunu being, forced to sit mid here is really a tough place for him to be right now. He wants to be getting deep vision, start messing with that Sejuani. She wants to keep him from hitting level 6 as best and for as long as he can. Being forced to sit mid is the exact opposite of what his team needs from him right now.
Yeah. Red Mercy, though, doing really, really well against Cassiopeia. Didn't even burn all of his consumables. He actually had 1 health pot left, so playing really good. Jinx taking a turret shot and some poke. Just managing to get out of it.
Marco taking a lot of damage from the tower, actually throwing away all advantage they've had down there.
Burn the flash, too. So.
And, that's not a good sign when your mid lane is already struggling. You guys needed to be kind of the strength for your team, and it doesn't seem like it's going to be there for very much longer. They are forced to back. They've got a bit of a CS lead, but once that foot is kind of taken off the gas, it's hard to get it back.
Yeah, we're going to see Sejuani roaming down there very shortly because they know that they just went back. So Sejuani's going to pick up a camp, maybe 2, and then make her way down.
Look at Red Mercy just doing so much damage to Silver Nyx, and he's so afraid now that he's just going to try and push the lane. And this was the problem with the composition. They don't have enough battle power, around that mid lane, and soon enough, Red Mercy is going to be everywhere with Epic Sin, and that's not a good sign for that bottom lane, considering they did just blow the flash on Jinx. That is a prime target for Red Mercy. Look to see him roaming down there very shortly.
Yeah, he's playing it very kind of like attack move based, where you just do some damage and then you back out, go back to farming, and then go back in when there's an opportunity and go back out. And
here's Nunu.
Oh, here we go. Nunu coming in. Leona doing what she can. Looks like Nautilus is going to go down. And, yep, giving it to Jinx for first blood.
Definitely a little bit of a mistake coming out from the blue team there. All they needed to do was kind of sit back. They knew Jinx had no flash, so let her push. She wants to push. And
a little bit over-aggressive there.
Yeah, just wait for your mid laner.
Uh-oh, Hikarum.
Going to be an easy dragon for them as well.
Yep. Nunu's really good at crushing dragons, so... Wukong putting off the nice juke earlier, going invisible when Hikarum came in. Actually putting a little bit of clone damage on, but... Hecarim, he's someone who takes punishment really well and dishes it out even better.
Leona needs to get back. She needs to pick up some sort of vision, because you can see this is the early power spike coming out from the blue team here. They've got the sight ward on Nautilus. He's about to hit level 6. Sivir's about to hit level 6, and so is the jungler. That is the real moneymaker right here. They need to get vision down. They need to make sure that they don't get ganked. They haven't gone B since they've taken that dragon, and this is opening them up for a very, very dangerous situation. Look at this huge wave.
Red Mercy.
Yeah, Silver Lynx is going to be stuck at that tower. They've got Sejuani around the bottom lane. Look to see Red Mercy going for a roam here.
Yeah, and Silver next burned the barrier too out of fear, because he was afraid Red Mercy was going to go in. But good spell shield on Sivir. Really good. Well timed.
Nunu trying to get some vision down. Good job.
Excellent dredge line. Leona trying to do what she can. And yep, Sivir came out. Red Mercy going in, and wow, gets the kill on the Silver Nyx. Just exploded whatever health that was left.
Yeah, I hate to say that I was kind of doubting that Cassiopeia pick. It's not that it's a terrible matchup. It's just very, very hard to play against the LeBlanc in that situation.
Yeah.
And when the pressure is put to you like that, if you're not used to playing against somebody on, a different computer, don't have the normal setup, not exactly used to it,
you know
go
what?
out of control very quickly.
Yeah, Cassiopeia hasn't reached the 100 stack limit, or, section yet, where she can get heals off of her Twin Fang. So for her to regenerate any kind, have any sustainability whatsoever, it's just not there. And wow, Red Mercy going in again.
Thanks for the blue buff.
Yeah, blue buff, godlike on LeBlanc, as we all know.
69 CS, 70 CS at this point. Just so strong. Like we said, Red Mercy is an incredible carry for his team.
Absolutely relentless.
Right out of the gate. There we go.
Pretty good dredge line on Nautilus. Didn't manage to get the champion, though, but Jinx just going in. Oh, good ult by Leona, but didn't quite get the stun. Heal coming out from
big
Sivir.
Turnaround. Every ability is used. Nautilus needs to, get back in there.
Yep.
A little bit scary for him, I guess.
He played the part well, though. He was distracting, let Sivir lay into Leona and to Jinx, because now they both have to back, and Sivir can stay.
Yeah, finally backing. This is going to be the first time Leona's backing since they got that early kill. She really needs to pick up some wards here. I'd like to see a Boots 5 and, you know, like a pink ward, maybe a couple wards. Just get some vision control, because you're going to need to make some sort of pick or play if you want to come back in this game. At the very least, you need the vision to just hold yourself. Let your Jinx keep farming, because she's going to be the one to carry this game. Without vision control, what's going to keep you from getting dove by a Sejuani, you know, a TP from Hecarim and Red Mercy moving down towards the bottom lane?
You know what's good, though, is because Red Mercy is winning his lane so heavily, Sejuani can just keep staying in the jungle and farm. You know, if Epic Sign is, you know, so determined to get ahead, he didn't even have to come to mid lane. He could just stay top or stay bot and just farm all he wants and help out when he needs to.
11 minutes into the game, 2-1. Goldie slightly in the advantage of Red Mercy's team. And, you know, we gotta bring it back to what we know about these teams. We know that Red Mercy is a fantastic leader. Can't say enough good things about this guy. Obviously, look at him just destroying that lane.
Very good knowledge of his champion, too.
Yeah, I think he'll be able to get away from that Nunu.
Yeah,
He doesn't have his ult, but he's got his flash. But I mean, this red team here, we don't know much about them in terms of who is their leader on their team, you know, who's going to be making the shot calls, where sort of the strategy is based around. You can tell in their composition what they're trying to play, but it's, if you're not, you know, somebody who understands where and how you need to be playing around the map when you're running a composition like this, you very easily kind of fall behind and get snowballed upon if you're not looking towards your win conditions at all points.
I feel like Hell Butterfly may be taking a leadership role here, because he called a really good dragon earlier, and he knew he could take it confidently, and it was uncontested. I don't even think the other team knew about it until they saw one of the enemy champions with the buff. So it's just an educated guess on my part.
We haven't seen very much up in this top lane.
Oh, here we go.
Wukong has decided to go for that Tean bat, so he'll be able to... Uh-oh, Red Mercy finds his pick, gets the stun down. Will he be able to dodge Cassiopeia ultimate? Gets a little bit, you know, too scared. Makes the right decision, though, as there was a Nunu there. But, yeah, this Wukong in the top lane is going to be, you know, a pretty effective anti-carry.
Uh-oh, Red Mercy going on. Yep, and taking
in
out
the face of the Nunu. That's just how weak that 2v2 is, but...
Actually, if he had a Luden's Echo there, which is clearly what he's building towards, he probably could have taken them both out fairly easily. And we noticed that he built 2 Doran's rings for better mana regeneration, and he didn't go straight for Relinomicon, which seems to be the most gold efficient mana regeneration item. Hecarim going in on to Wukong, but he's just gonna back away. Got what he needed and got out.
Got 10 seconds till the next dragon comes up here. Looks like Red Mercy and Sejuani are aware of the timer on it. They've got a little bit of vision control down there. There is 1 ward, so if that bottom lane does walk through it, which they are right now, they're going to be spotted. They know what's going on. They've got their ultimates up. Jinx has her summoners, which is very, very important here. Will the red team be looking to commit? Here we go. Team fight starting.
Big team fight going in. Nunu's ult gets stopped immediately. Teleport coming in. Wukong ult goes out. Sivir gonna die very, very fast. Hecarim trying to go for Jinx, but I don't know if he's gonna get the kill. And no, he does not. The Twin Fang coming out, and a really, really good ultimate from Wukong sold that deal. Red Mercy is actually backing in the bush next to Dragon, but he's thinking maybe he can get an easy pick off in a second. He's not sure though. He's going for it. He does manage to get a kill. Very good. Wukong going for the chase now. Possibly going to get a kill. Tries to get the juke and no, doesn't do it. But
definitely going to need to get a replay on that team fight here. Let's take a look.
Please do. That was really intense. So definitely walk us through what happened there.
Yeah, so obviously we do know that it was a little bit of a scramble. They see the Nunu ult going. Hell Butterfly gets interrupted almost immediately. Both TPs coming down, but look at that Wukong ult just putting so much pressure on the backline. Right now he is an anti-carry, has gotten so much damage. Fade away only going on to Marker at the end. Not even going to be able to clean him up, and then here we go back to the Dragon. Look at that. Silvernix, you know, basically just used for his ultimate. Doesn't matter how far behind he was. Jinx obviously
no
agree.
fear.
They don't know Red Mercy is there. That's just a lack of vision control. No big deal. But in terms of that team fight, because of how strong Sejuani, or how strong the Wukong was at this point, it pretty much just made it an easy team for them once they got their big AoE ultimates off. Hell Butterfly, you know, just the base damage from that ability, even if it only cast it for a second or two, did a decent amount. There's no real defensive stats, and they were able to just clean up off the early game and mid game base damage of their carries. Good protection on the Caitlyn as well. However, I don't know if it's going to be like that in the future fights once Red Mercy does get his items. He has picked up that Luden's Echo at this point, and, you know, 3 kills onto Wukong is a pretty big deal, but is that enough?
I think it will. They clearly made a point here. They took advantage of Red Mercy being low health, because he was not at full health, I think, at the beginning of that fight. I don't believe he was. But they did a good job of taking advantage of the fact that Red Mercy wasn't there. And we got a big fight in the bot lane now. Sivir popping the ult, knock-up going on to Jinx, and actually getting the kill onto Jinx too. Leona flashing, and yep, Sivir getting a double. Alright, really well played for Metabolism and Code Chestnut. Sejuani coming in too, trying to get the easy kill. Gets the stun, and the reverse stun comes out. Red Mercy going to get the kill onto Silver Nyx, and then hopefully get another kill into Hell Butterfly.
Nunu should not be ganking this mid lane. A huge, huge mistake from them. That's why I was saying whoever is making the calls needs to be the one who's also developing the strategy and knowing where the win conditions are, you know, where the strengths are on the map. Nunu is not a ganker. You can't win against a LeBlanc and a Sejuani if you have a Cassiopeia. You don't have the burst damage, and, you know, sadly, he keeps coming back to this mid lane, and once again, he's been blown up, as has his mid laner. She's only got 66 CS towards Red Mercy's 126, 1-1 on that LeBlanc. Jinx, I mean, in the future, is not going to be able to live. There's no way unless, excuse me, unless they find amazing initiations and can lock down and blow up Red Mercy.
Yeah, and that'll be challenging too, because you all know that they're going to protect Red Mercy until he gets that, you know, perfect attack, perfect burst onto any champion.
This really is typical Red Mercy play, though, just absolutely dominating his lane, taking over the game. Look at that, Hell Butterfly is basically just sitting there trying to be gank prevention.
Oh, and there goes the ultimate.
Doesn't even matter what is going on. Fadeaway, though, they get the tower, looking for the engage. Red Mercy, does he have another jump? Does not look like it. Moose is in trouble, though.
Yep, Sejuani going deep in onto that and manages to pick up Leona. Wukong going in for the ultimate. Good Jinx ult, managing to get almost everybody low, but Red Mercy and Hecarim just ridiculous damage coming out of both of them, just annihilating the other team. Oh, but Marker going in, hopefully getting to get Nautilus, and does pick up Nautilus.
Yeah, this is the Jinx cleanup. I mean, if they had waited a second or two more where they had Jinx there to follow up in the damage, that would have been perfect. They needed the Nunu there to zone for the Cassio so she didn't just get blown up. Didn't even get to use her ultimate. You can see the potential in the team comp. It's a very, very strong team comp, even with Jinx not being that strong. Sure, she's got her Infinity Edge, but she hasn't reached that, like, super scale yet. This team is right on the edge here. This red team is so close to being able to contest these fights, but they're making very, very slight mistakes that are really hampering them here. They, you know, did okay there. They got a big Wukong ultimate. They were able to hang on, but if they keep going at mistimed team fights there, it's not gonna, it's just so risky for them to do that.
But you know where they are capitalizing is when Red Mercy's team stays a little bit too long, they manage to pick something up. It's like they got that Nautilus and he was out of position. So they are managing to get something out of these fights. It's just not as much as what the blue team is gaining, which is really important. And wow, good ADC skirmish in the bot lane. No supports available. And wow, really good stun on by Leona, but the Luden's Echo manages to get her at the last second. Teleport coming in from both sides, and it looks like LeBlanc is going to rip these teams apart again. Nunu finally coming in. Tries to ult, but stops immediately. Oh no, never mind. It does go off. The whole thing gets off. Wukong going in for the ultimate. This is a long fight. Cassiopeia just doing what she can to blow people up, but it just doesn't happen.
You know, there's that same miscommunication that we talked about. This red team is just not on the same page enough here. They you know, are in and out of these team fights, not committing, not lining up their ultimates properly. They stayed a little bit too long. Red Mercy.
Jinx Rocket coming in. And, 2 kills. Good return.
Yeah, that Hecarim does get taken down there. That will be a shutdown for the Jinx. Not bad at all. Lets her pick up another piece of that Phantom Dancer. But Red Mercy is just so good at moving his team around the map and, making sure everyone knows where they need to be, able to execute on the mistakes of this red team, of their, miscoordination here. And that's the story of these solo queue teams. That's why we always talk about how strong it is to have a shot caller that can completely, handle the game.
Yeah, we got a pause coming out just for a few moments, everybody. So really quick, I think we could take a look at the gold right now, because it's 34K to 27K. We're looking at about, what do you think, like a 5K lead, 6K lead for gold, more or less, closer to 7, I think, just because of the little bit of change it's picked up. We got a few disconnects on red side, so please just give us a moment. Oh, on blue side too. I'm not 100% sure what's going on. I think people are coming back in. Anyway, if we just look at the gold here, Red Mercy has almost double the gold of what Silver Nyx has. Almost double the CS, pretty close to double the CS, and 8 times the amount of kills. So there is a huge gold discrepancy just
at this point in the game. For Cassiopeia, her only option right now is to forego damage. She needs to build either a Rylai's immediately, and then just continue to build tanky, maybe get a Void Staff there, and she just needs to crush the front line. She needs to protect her AD carry, and she needs to be, calling things out at the very least, just to make sure that her team knows how to play these team fights. These guys need to be on the ball. Do they have all their ultimates up? No, they don't. They don't have Jinx ultimate. They don't have Wukong ultimate. This is a terrible idea.
But they do get it, and that's the 3rd dragon for red team, if I'm not mistaken. And big ult coming in. Sejuani goes in. Nautilus doing what he can to stun all his enemies here. Red Mercy was nowhere to be found for that part of that fight, and Jinx is just getting really excited. Hecarim coming in, finally, and doing a lot of damage over to Jinx, and just Sejuani manages to go down to Cassiopeia, unfortunately. And Jinx, wow, hanging on by a sliver, doing what she can to put this damage down. Leona trying to follow up here, and she doesn't make it.
Yeah.
But Leona now very in trouble.
Canceled auto attack, unfortunately, from the Jinx. A little bit of land jitters there. I can't believe the red team got away with that. They had 4 of their 5 crucial ultimates down. Thankfully, the Jinx ultimate came up as that fight went on.
Oh, Red Mercy playing with
a little
fire.
bit cheeky.
Oh, wow. No way.
Missed
no.
He's going to go back in.
Away?
He's going to go back in. Come on, Red Mercy.
No, he's not going to do it.
Ah, man. This
he's
red team.
With danger there, though.
This red team is really giving me heart attacks. Their decision making on when and why they want a team fight is just a little bit confused. I feel like you should not be contesting dragon fights against something that's going to be diving your backline when you don't have protection or any of your zoning abilities up or anything. However, because this blue team wasn't in the proper position, they did get away with it. Red Mercy took a lot of damage trying to get that dragon, jumped into the middle. Crazy stuff going on in this game.
He did a really good job trying to
that's
pick off somebody. Yeah. Red team is they know that they're losing, they know that they're behind, but they're not giving up.
Oh, well, I mean, the thing is, their comp definitely outscales that of the opposing team. It's Red Mercy is so strong right now that he can eliminate the scaling, especially considering Cassiopeia has fallen so far behind. And, Wukong is going to start falling off in the next couple of levels. He's not the person that really scales. He's going to start building tanky.
Yeah, he's going to have to build a Banshee's Veil pretty soon, because if he's going to get, if he's going to be the target in the next few fights to get picked off immediately because they just don't want to deal with the Wukong ult, then that's a huge amount of crowd control and damage taken away. Red Mercy flirting with danger there again.
Yeah, here we go. Here comes the Vision Denial from the blue team, setting up their pick and assassination composition here. Good job by them. Just understanding what they need to do and how they need to control the map to play into their composition. Red Mercy soon will be able to carry this game by himself.
Red Mercy.
If that was anything other than a Leona, that person would have been dead.
Yep. Actually, if he went in on Leona too, there was a good chance he might have taken her out, but a lot of teammates were nearby, so... This is an interesting game, because I really want to see a matchup between Cassiopeia and somebody other than LeBlanc right now. Because Cassiopeia is, think, at her 250 stack.
Here we
But never
go.
mind. Big team fight. Leona going in. Dies instantly. Amazing Sejuani all capturing 3 people. Good Jinx. Grenades going out. Cassiopeia living, of all things, that survive in that fight. Red Mercy going hunting now. Going for the Nunu, but actually Sivir gets the kill. Jinx actually dying to Sivir in the end. And yep, they're just going to keep pushing now. They didn't even need Hecarim for...
We're going to
for
take
most
a
of that.
look at this replay. Now, the problem here, we will see it, is that the red team tries to engage here, and they set themselves up to get absolutely demolished by this Sejuani ult. Look at that counter engage. Everyone
Amazing
that
ult.
needs to be in the front line is in, or in the back line is in the front line, and their tank line just absolutely runs at them. Again, Wukong not there. He needed to be there to follow up on that Leona ult. Otherwise, he would have been able to, you know, avoid
That could have been
getting...
a completely different fight. If
Yeah,
Wukong was
you know, it's just Silvernix needs to be hanging at the back line. Marker needs to be hanging at the back line. Sejuani is just able to lock them up so easily. And
We got another pause coming out here, guys. Some
Silvernix
lag
almost
issues.
didn't even get his own ultimate off there. It's just simple mistakes that they haven't been able to fix this game, unfortunately.
Yeah, it is unfortunate. It's what it is. What I'm surprised to see is a locket that hasn't come out yet from Red Side onto either Leona or to Nunu.
Yeah.
Because that magic damage would help so much, or sorry, the magic resistance would help so much against LeBlanc, the Luden Echo, and the
LeBlanc,
Sejuani. Yep.
Nautilus.
Nautilus too, because he does a lot of magic damage.
At the very least, I would like to see a... I'm sorry, what is the Shirelia's item?
The coin, ancient coin, or the righteous glory.
The Righteous Glory would be perfect to see that
Yeah,
either
I think
on...
Nautilus is making that because he's got the ruby crystal and the sapphire crystal. So
I would like to see it on the red team, sorry.
the red team.
Because they are the team that needs to kite back and then re-engage.
Yep.
And, you know, that's not happening. These guys are getting locked up.
Nunu
because
should
they're-
be the one to make that too,
They're
just
too
because he can get
thirsty for these plays. You see
Yeah.
Nunu in the front line. That's not where he should be. He should be zone controlling. We see Jinx in the front line. That's not where she should be. She should be waiting for the resets after the AoE damage goes down.
And Wukong should be there. Is the most
Yeah.
thing too. He should
It should be
with
a
the
flank
team.
by Wukong and Leona at the same time.
Yep.
And then Nunu eats the Sejuani ultimate, standing in front of his carries. Zone for the Hecarim coming in, and the Nautilus and the LeBlanc running in, and then absorb the damage with the Aegis. I'm just awful
That's
with these
okay.
names
Don't
today.
worry about it. With the locket of the Iron Solar.
Locket of the Iron Solari, and then the re-engage. And you know, it's really sad to see because this actually happens so often in solo queue tournaments where they've got the idea down, they've got the composition down. It's just they're not able to
execution.
execute it properly. And it's simply because in solo queue, you don't actually execute your compositions properly ever. There's no real, like, certain times you'll find a pick if that's kind of what your composition is. You'll find a pick, you'll find the engage if you're a hard engage composition. But when you're picking something like this, which is an incredible composition, you just aren't completely aware of how you're supposed to, you know, play it out, what things you're looking for before you can re-engage. You're kind of just like, oh, we caught them, let's fight. And that opens you up to getting re-engaged on or disengaged on, and you need to be able to
Or then counter
flex.
disengaged.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
You need to be able to
yeah.
flex in what you're doing and just adapt. If some
You need to
ability-
save certain things for certain times.
Yeah, and
Like
that's the problem we see with the Janna a lot of the times too. People just kind of Janna alt for the
Whenever,
sake of Janna alting.
Exactly.
So
Plays resuming. But I remember seeing, I think it was on Team Liquid, the jungler for Team Liquid, Dominate, who plays Sejuani, and he always saves that Sejuani ult for like halfway through the fight.
it's a lot like
You know?
Orianna.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a re-engage tool. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
And if you have engage elsewhere, you can. Oh, it looks like we are back into the game. If you have engage elsewhere, you can you know, save it for later and save it because I mean, engage pretty much just consistently gets better every time you stack on top of it. Similar to things like AoE CC or disengage or anything like that. And you know, I played in one of these tournaments a while ago, and I was fortunate enough to win. I had a really good team, but one of the reasons that I feel like we won was because we were running things that a lot of teams didn't see the point to. We would run a Malphite, a Mumu, and a Janna, and it's because a lot of people would be like, "Why would you run a Janna with that?" And I had told the support that, you know, just save it.
Oh, good flash by Marker. Nunu getting the ultimate off. Hopefully going to do a lot of damage to Hecarim. Does chunks him just a little bit. Marker doing a lot of damage, but that Sejuani ultimate and, oh man, the depth charge coming in. Red Mercy going to do what he can, but to distract Wukong. But Wukong chose poorly because Hecarim come charging in and, yep, manages to get taken out.
Yeah, that's just the pick composition
taken out
being
Wukong,
executed quite nicely. Fade's going to go back and get in with a TP. Got his home guards as well, so easily enough for him. He'll be there to shred down that Baron. Nunu's not going to be able to get there in time. I was just trying to say in a long-winded way that people need to sort of be assigned responsibilities. You need to know what your champion is supposed to do in the team fight and make sure that you're always doing that. And once everybody's on the same page, then it's just a matter of adapting as a team and how well you guys work together. And, that's why getting those extra couple days of practice and having somebody that is, like, a theory crafter or whatever is just so key to these games. And it can't be overstated. And we'll see as we get further along in the tournament how the teams are playing their team comps. Usually we'll see a team stick to one or two different styles that they like. And it's something that they know how to play as a team, they feel comfortable on, and they've really just executed it right. In the previous tournaments, it's been poke compositions. Before that, it was just hard engage compositions and pick compositions with Vi and Morgana and things like that. Syndra.
Vi's great at that.
So, it's just, that's how the game changes with the meta, so.
Oh, and here we go. Dragon fight. This is going to be almost completely uncontested, and it's going.
I got to make a quick
blue.
point here. I hate to cut you off, but I think we're going to see another fight very shortly. But this red team
Mercy
is
going in, and that's going to be a very, very dead Jinx. Yep, Red Mercy now godlike.
I was going to say this game could be close all the same if they were able to delay the Baron. They're very close to that 5th dragon, but
that was a lot going on. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's just. I was going to say they were still in it, but at this point, I think that was the last straw.
Yeah, the Baron buff has done quite a bit. They denied that dragon going to red, so they don't have the 4th dragon buff. Hecarim going balls deep onto Cassiopeia and doesn't stand a chance. Deleted from the map, from the game. Virus destroyed.
Going to be a 30-minute victory here. They're going to continue pushing. They have so many minions. It should be easy to execute some dives underneath these towers. However, they're going to play it super duper safe and move towards the top lane, close it out in a very, very safe and calculated way. Make sure you can clear out all 3 of those inhibitors. But I would expect to see a dive here once their abilities come up. Hecarim doesn't have his ultimate, but they've got Nautilus ultimate and Sejuani ultimate. So here we go.
Oh, here we go. Hecarim going in, but Wukong popping the clone. He is going to have to back off this because they can't save the turret. Nunu ulting though, just to see if he can get some zone control in, doing some damage, but not nearly enough. Nautilus getting stuck in a rock or in a grenade, but Red Mercy going in for Jinx and managing to get out. Wukong killing Sejuani. Nautilus going balls deep again onto Cassiopeia. Wukong busting up Sivir, but I don't think he's going to make it. Nope, goes down to Red Mercy to an auto attack. And this is the end of the game, ladies and gentlemen.
Still so close to being able to win these team fights just because of how strong their comp is. But
they played it well. It's funny too. This game was pretty methodical, with the exception of Red Mercy just going ham on everything.
Yeah, 13, 1, and 13. This, ladies and gentlemen, is why Red Mercy is such a strong leader. You can see just wins his lane almost every single game. And dictates the rest of the game based off of that. LeBlanc, a champion that really can carry by herself. Not that she needed it this time. His entire team did well, but definitely a contender for the finals at this point.
Yeah, Red Mercy just dominating that game. Just dominating. I mean, I've seen some pretty good LeBlancs, in LCS, and I gotta say, that's up there.
Yeah,
that's
for sure.
up there for LCS level.
Yep, especially the way he was able to control that lane at the start. So, fantastic game by the blue team, and I'm not sure exactly what the record is of the red team here, but if they can kind of find a composition that they can play to their strengths, it would be, they've got the potential. They've got a smart pick ban phase. They do a lot of things right, but their itemization needs to be a little bit adjusted, and just try and find something that works with them as a team. They got to figure it out. They got to have one person base the comp around them and then play it out.
Yeah, and you know what? I feel like if that Cassiopeia had got going a bit more, and I understand the fear because it's tough to live up to fighting against Red Mercy and winning lane altogether. It really is tough in doing that.
Yeah.
But if that Cassiopeia, I feel like if she got going a bit more, we saw the Luden's Echo come out on her, or possibly a Zanya's for items, I feel like she could have been a bit more of an impact.
I just feel like we take a look at the itemization coming out of this game, and we see armor being built for Leona instead of going towards the
locket, yeah.
or not even the locket, the Shrelia's, which name I'm forgetting once again.
The ancient coin. Well, she built the face of the mountain, so you can't build 2 gold items.
I mean
or the Righteous Glory.
The Righteous Glory, and then we should see Ninu, looking towards getting the locket himself instead of a Spirit Visage.
Yeah. Solo queue mindset.
Yeah, it's just really not the optimal items to play that composition. That same thing going for finishing the tier instead of getting a Rylai's. He doesn't really need to live in the front line. He doesn't need that extra shield. He's not going to be the target. He just needs a Rylai's. He needs to be able to peel for his Jinx, kill the front line as they run in, and let his team deal with the back line. But unfortunately, nobody was able to kind of synergize and play it out properly.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for Red Side.
They have the potential, though.
They did have the potential. They had the team comp. If I think they stood away from the solo queue mindset, like you said, got the Rylai's instead of finishing off the Seraph's Embrace, or getting the Righteous Glory instead of the Spirit Visage, or getting the Locket instead of the armor items, or whatever combination of how they wanted to build stuff. If they had gotten those items, I feel like they could have stood a better chance.
That is it for us for now, guys. We're going to take a little bit of a break, and we'll catch you with the next game very shortly. This is the ESC Solo Queue Legends Tournament number 2. Sponsored by Red Mercy. Obviously, he just wants to get his name all over this.
And Red Bull.
And Red Bull.
So the Reds. A lot of red things today.
Like red teams losing.
Red teams, yeah. Red teams losing. Red Bull, Red Mercy, Red Team. Red 5.
All right, we'll be back, guys.
Yep.
Yo, what's up, ladies and gentlemen? My name is MuskyBat. I am joined by my good friend, Caster Simo. I'm going to call you Caster Simo from now on. I think that's a cool title.
You know, that sounds very similar to another guy.
Yeah, it does. You know, he's a pretty successful guy, you know what I mean? I mean, I want to call you, like...
Caster Simo.
Freak.
You know? Hey-o!
Your name's wrong.
Monty Simo.
Monty Simo.
Yeah.
Wow.
Anyways, guys, we're joining you from Solo Queue
Musky
Legends.
Cristo.
I like it, actually. Yeah, Musky Cristo.
Musky Cristo. Or Monty Bed.
Monty Bad.
Monty Bed?
We're joining you guys from Solo Queue Legends number 2, and we are live right downtown Toronto, bringing you guys the best of the best in Solo Queue Legends action. This is the second tournament we've done here at George Brown, and this one is sponsored by Red Mercy. He's put $1,500 up for grabs for this tournament, and it's underway, and it's been going crazy so far. We see a lot of really good teams, tons of very high-level players here, and we are jumping into the next round of Champion Select. We've got Team Quetzal versus Team Shoebill, but I'm probably just going to call them Team Melee versus Team Venom Paw. Now, on this blue team is actually a former teammate of mine who has won one of these solo queue tournaments before, as well as Melee's, who is a well-known AD carry in the Toronto scene. She's very, very strong mechanically, plays a lot of different AD champions, and these guys are definitely another contender for the finals.
Is that Permanent Love?
Is it really?
Is that who I think it is?
Tell me a little bit of Permanent Love.
Permanent Love, if I'm not mistaken, he was there when I got first exposed into esports. I think he was at the AMD Radeon, that little tournament there. He is, I think, does he play mid lane or top? I know that he doesn't play jungle, ADC, or support, but I think he's definitely a solo laner. He is exceptional when it comes to, you know, keeping the pressure on, keeping the Bunsen burner on in the kitchen, making sure that his chicken is nicely fried, and he's going to be frying some blue team boys today. You know,
he's a spicy player.
A spicy player, to say the least. And like you got to keep an eye out probably on Permanent Love for the purple team and Melee's for the blue team to kind of be the playmakers, be those stars in the sky that we got to bring down to earth and play some League of Legends. Let's talk about the picks on.
Yeah, what is going on?
Yeah, what's going on here? What's going on here, boys?
A Karthus locked in, potentially a top lane Karthus, potentially a jungle Karthus. Who knows? It is the solo queue tournament. People do whatever the hell they feel like, as long as they've got good teamwork and as long as they, you know, play a comp together that is executed well.
Yeah.
Pretty much any team can play whatever they like. It's not LCS here, guys. We don't need the best of the best champions. If you've got a comfort pick and you can execute it correctly, boy, can you do some damage. We've seen that in the past with Shaco, Nautilus before he was strong. You know what I mean? Just random champions like that. You can completely crush this tournament on your sleeper picks, your go-to kind of destroy solo queue picks. So, pretty excited to see this Karthus.
Let's take a look at the pick and bans. We are a little bit late to the party. LeBlanc, Irelia, Hecarim, Jinx, Anivia, Sejuani. Fairly standard. Really surprised to see Anivia being banned out just consistently. But I'm guessing we got a lot of Anivia players today. We got the Egg God. We got Jukester. Yeah, we got quite a bit of Anivia players here coming out to Toronto. I'm guessing because they like the cold. You know, they got to keep frosty with the Anivia.
A little team spirit Anivia, something like that.
It's a little hot outside. You know?
It is.
They got to cool off.
Well, I mean, we're keeping it cool. Let's be real.
Keeping it cool.
Dirty Lungs picking up that Scion. I like it. Very, very strong champion in the current meta. Take a TP smite on him, and you're going to be easily pushing 3 to 4k health at about 25 minutes into the game.
Let me challenge your commentary.
Please do.
What are the top 3 smite teleport champions right now in the meta?
Shyvana, Hecarim,
Mundo?
I wouldn't even say Mundo. That's a tough one.
It's a tough one, yeah. It's a good question, because like that's right now kind of like what everyone's going, right? Like, you could even see Nocturne smite teleport if it's really like, you know, that great. But
I would actually say it would be Trundle.
Trundle, yeah, that works. That definitely does
Trundle
work.
hasn't been played very often, but I think he's very, very, very sleeper right now, and is a
he kills tanks. Come
Yeah.
on, like it's
strong.
obvious.
He was also buffed in the last patch as well. So some other things that I would like to see top lane with that would be Shen.
Yeah.
We don't ever see any Shyvana either, and even Olaf potentially.
Yeah, man. I don't know why Olaf hasn't been popping up a little bit here and there. You know, he's very Void Boy inspired. He does wonders if you play him right, and a lot of people don't play him right, and I think that's why people stay away from Olaf. But once you get a good Olaf player, you're going to be making some things happen.
Speaking of terrifying picks in solo queue, we've got Annie, man.
Oh my God.
I freaking hate Annie, dude. It doesn't matter if you are dumping on her in lane, she'll still, start roaming and get like 5 or 6 kills just randomly in the jungle or whatever. I hate that champion.
Yeah. Damn.
Damn indeed. I am like, can we move on to a next game, guys? I don't even want to cast this. I would much prefer
Oh my God. Yeah.
But let's take a look at this team comp here. We've
Yeah,
got,
let's analyze this. Let's analyze this.
Which composition do you think has got the strength here? It looks like we're going to see a top lane Karthus. Oh, Nocturne also very good with the Smite TP.
Yeah, that's true. I think I mentioned that earlier. We've got a purple team, I believe, kind of with a more pick-focused comp. They've got Nocturne to go balls deep out of nowhere, from left wing.
Lots of global
Thresh, welcome to Hook City. Zed coming in to kind of clean up. So many strong Zed players at this tournament. Graves, standard. Like, what else do I need to say about Graves?
Yeah.
It's just Graves.
Yeah.
Karthus,
Lots
I
of
really
ability.
don't know where this guy's
Yeah,
going.
it's interesting.
Yeah.
He doesn't have teleport either.
Yeah.
Definitely unique. I mean, it's not a bad idea considering he's not really going to get pushed out of lane. If he starts Flask, he'll be fine. He gets a tier, gets a Catalyst, have the sustain. And, Sion's not going to, like, dump on him in lane. It's just going to push against him really hard. And he's going to scale up equally with the Sion. The thing is, he's not going to do a lot of damage against 2 Cinderhulks.
Yeah.
Actually, sorry, Captain Capslock isn't going for the Cinderhulk. My apologies.
Yeah, if he had
doesn't have the
Smite,
Smite,
he could still go Sunfire, but that's terrible. It's a horrible idea.
Yeah.
Let's talk about blue team a little bit. We touched upon purple team, kind of confused us of what Karthus is going to do, how impactful he will be, because it takes a while for Karthus to ramp up and really have great ults and really kind of like walk into the fight and do a great job.
He's got lots of zone control.
Yeah, no, that does hold true, but he does really need to get a few kills with his ultimate to
if
kind
he
of get
gets
ramped up.
kind of like Flash Annie ulted or even Janna ulted out of the fight, it could be a lot less effective than he's probably counting on, especially actually because he doesn't have Exhaust. And Exhaust is something usually, as a Karthus, you want to play one of 2 ways. You want to play either the zone control way and just kind of like protect your AD carry, or you want to have Exhaust and you want to flash in and then kind of remove somebody to the fight for a little bit with your Exhaust and then kill them with like the Suicide Karthus style.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see. Looks like the blue team just kind of has... My voice just got really high there. That was crazy.
Hey, welcome back to high school.
Looks like the blue team's going for a lot more of just like a standard team fight composition. You know what I mean? They've got a lot of control, a lot of safety, disengage, engage, everything like that. Just a very standard composition, and I like to see that.
What I'm really interested in is... I've never seen this in my entire life, but I want to see this mechanic. I want to see Melee's ult sensual place into the fight, and then Janna ult, and then push one dude back and separate the rest. I just want to see like some like super Gragas like effect. Like I don't know, that would. Oh my god, that would make my day.
I'm a little bit worried about. There's a lot of damage on this purple team, but they don't have a lot of frontline focus, like in terms of, or sorry, like a frontline effect. So
a tank, in a sense.
What I think is going to happen in this game is Venompaw is going to go very tanky. He's going to go probably skipping the tier, probably going to go Rod of Ages, pick up a Rylai's. At least I think that's what he should do. And then Nocturne is going to go for a little bit of that bruisery thing. He's not really going to be a tank, but 100% they're going to be able to kill him at least. They have 3 targeted abilities. They've got the Zed ultimate, they've got Nocturne ultimate, and they've got Karthus ultimate. So they'll be able to take him out of the fight completely. And not to mention you've got the AoE from Graves. Isn't the best against Kalista, but generally he'll be able to hit her with his ultimate, do a lot of damage. But after that, I'm a little bit worried. I feel like the tanks are pretty much just going to walk over the rest of the team fight, you know what I mean, from the blue side.
It's really up to Janna and Annie to create a huge presence in order to peel for Melee's, because she is going to be the star player of this match. She is going to be the one that's going to have to really show up and really show like the fans what they want. Show them that she can carry this team to victory. She can lead this team, a team that she has been put together with, and that she can take them and use them to her best ability. In that sense, she's going to need a lot of peel from her entire team. She has that support system there in place. They just need to execute it. And it's going to be the Janna ult, it's going to be the Annie ult to kind of really keep their entire team at bay so that, Zed is going to be afraid to go in. Nocturne is going to be afraid to go in, and it's I guess in a sense it's really up to the pressure and the tension that Melis' team has to offer in terms of disengage and re-engaging.
You know what I think would be amazing in this composition instead of the Janna? A Bard. Just drop the ultimate down, because I was like, I feel like this Kalista needs a Zhonya's or something like that. You know what I mean? Probably an early Banshee's Veil.
With challenging smite. Bard with a challenging smite.
Not necessarily. But
the true attacks are very strong on the Bard, a challenging smite.
Once he gets scaled up, you know, it's not terrible. Gets
those meeps meeping so hard.
But yeah, I mean, Melis is probably gonna need to go for like Hurricane, Bloodthirster, Quicksilver Sash.
Yeah.
And if they're strong, she can live through it. If she isn't gonna get those items and she goes for like more life steal or something like that, it's going to be a very, very tricky situation. We are jumping into the game. Seems like we have a pretty standard level 1 3-egg god. Hasn't even stacked up his W, so I assume it's going to be pretty tame overall at level 1.
Fairly standard starts. I really wanted to see some invades. I always want to see invades at solo queue tournaments, but it never happens. My wishes never come true. I guess people just want to play it safe, see how their opponent plays, because they're not used to playing against their opponent, right? They don't want to play anything risky. They don't want to risk losing that $1,500 Red Mercy. They don't want to risk that Guala, the Benjamin Franklins. They really want to keep it together, and
sometimes you just gotta cheese it.
Yeah, and that tilts people. That tilts people like crazy. And like even a star player like Permanent Love, it could tilt him. He could like be like throwing out random ults onto Rek'Sai and like focusing tanks for no reason. But
Permanent Love, man. If he starts winning this lane, it's going to be very, very, very bad for the blue team, because they have such a good pick comp. They can set up plays everywhere on the map, and if they can get, you know, like the Zed really far ahead, he'll be able to duel anybody on that team, including the Scion, including the Rek'Sai, no problem at all. So, I mean, if there's a star player on this team, it is Permanent Love.
We're definitely going to have to keep an eye on the mid lane, because Annie is a really, like, you know, intense matchup. Like, of course, Zed could make wonders during level 6. He could dodge ults. He could do whatever he needs to do. But if this Annie needs to go a little bit more aggressive to kind of punish, like, you know, Permanent Love for being able to CS. Like, it's a range versus a melee matchup. Like, Annie should be kind of pressuring that.
Yeah, Annie, I mean, she is pretty tanky too. You know, gets the shield, like, could probably build towards either a Rod of Ages or something like that.
Look at that. Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, how do you deal with a very, very good laner? It doesn't matter what champion you're playing.
Yeah, that's true.
So both players, oh wow, big, just letting him know that he can hit those hooks, obviously.
God damn.
This bottom lane
sending those hooks.
Really aggressive. Level 2 trading, just trying to emphasize how strong these guys are in the lane. Like we said, melee is going to be the primary carry for this blue squad here.
Resh sending those hooks into a sensual place, keeping it really...
Looks like we see a little bit of attention towards the mid lane. Rek'Sai, I can't tell if he's going for the Scuttle Crab. Most likely not, since he's hanging around there, but just going to drop a little tunnel and head off towards his top side of the map. That actually does show where he has started.
Oh, baby.
Yeah, oh my god, the flash coming down on a 3-egg god. Gets the ignite, gets the first blood, though, and will not live. Actually, didn't have any potions to heal himself up through that ignite, but at the end of the day, the experience is going over to the Annie and not to the Zed, which is a big, big deal.
That was such an intense fight. I didn't really expect Annie to really come out of that alive, but she played that very well. She got the first blood. And at the end of the day, that's a worth trade. Both summoners burned on both players, but it's going to be up to Annie to kind of like really make something out of it. I want to take a little bit of time to talk about Karthus versus Scion. How's that coming along? Like we never really talked about it that much. That's Scion's getting pushed in. What the hell is going on? Venom Paw building Frost Queen's claim. I can't even theorize that. I can't even think of a good reason because you're like killing a minion disables the passive. It's not effective. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything effective in lane. If he can call me, my number is, you know, it'll flash on the screen. Call me, text me, let me know how does that work and how is that an effective item. Please, I would love to know that. It like what? Yo.
Uh-oh, we might see a little bit of trading in the bottom lane. Ren's doing a lot of damage, mainly, and you're really just, you know, pressuring the hell out of this bottom lane. Oh my god, actually the hook going on to the Janna. Ooh. She's getting chunked out really hard. Not exactly what they wanted to have happen. Obviously just trying to get those W procs off so you can get a little bit extra damage from melees, but there's a lot of effective health lost in that bottom lane. Junglers kind of still mirroring each other. Nobody finding any ganks yet. You know, Rek'Sai is kind of the more aggressive jungler early on in the game.
While both teams are kind of neck and neck in terms of kill. Ooh, fancy footwork from Thresh, but the hook does dodge.
Yeah, Meleus gets exhausted. That's a big deal against the Kalista. Oh my god, actually he walks back into the Ren. She was able to save it after the exhaust ran off, popping it. Uh-oh, here comes Print24 though, in from behind. Oh my god, this is huge. Gonna get the kill onto any of them. The flash coming out from Janna. Will Melees be able to live? She flashes as well. Rek'Sai's here as well. Oh my god, Print24 going underneath the jungle, only gets one kill, and that will be a double bust actually being passed over to Dirty Lungs as well. Thank god he was there. That could have been so much worse. Where was the rest of the bottom lane there on that gank?
Let's take a look at that replay once more, just to kind of see what happened and break down everything that had occurred in that play.
Oh man, they actually picked up a kill. We'll check that one out later, but here is the initial dive.
So both flashes are burned, so Nocturne has to go in there. But Graves and Thresh are off to the side, and they're really not providing any assistance to the Nocturne. He was coming down to help them out, but
we're gonna keep looking at this replay if we can. There was another kill that went down in the bottom lane here. We'll take a look at what happened to this Janna. I think she just gets a little bit cocky here. There it comes.
Oh!
Flash buckshot.
You know, I think that a lot of people in the solo queue tourney, whoa, Sion dying to Karthus, that's quite the interesting
Yeah,
feat.
I think that was another dive actually being a little bit, you know, these guys are a little bit thirsty today, you know,
yeah.
That Red Bull keeping them quenched.
One thing that I wanted to mention is that I think that a lot of people in this tournament, at least I only think Diamonds and Challengers can really do this, maybe like High Plats. Like Graves flashed and then he queued, but some people need a queue, but then, like, you know how people like set up they queue and then they flash, but he flashed and then he queued, so it's kind of like he has to set up his spells in that regard.
We're gonna see level 6 is starting to happen around the board. 3-Eyed God, ooh, gotta be careful blowing your stun like that, buddy. Bochungler is playing around the mid lane, a very explosive 2v2 around there. Lots of gap closers, lots of burst damage, and this is going to be the initial fight. Dirty Lungs is level 6 against the Nocturne. However, he did just hit it off the minion, so he's got level 6 now. Might try and pick a fight with him in the jungle. There's low health targets all the way across the map. This is going to be a very exciting next couple of minutes. Looks like they kind of feel that he's around that red. They're going to see the tremor sense a little bit. 3-Eyed God going to hang out underneath his tower. Print24 has his ultimate. Should be able to check that Rek'Sai. Does he have smite? Dirty Lungs gets the smite, gets the health back. Fear going onto him. He's fighting on the Nocturne's Q as well. Is he going to ultimate? No, he's not. He knows that there's going to be a lot of follow-up. 3-Eyed God in trouble. Does get popped by the Zed. He will get out as well. Ignite not going to take him down. Dirty Lungs still in that backline here. Print24 is the one in trouble, though. If he's not careful, that could happen. He gets engaged on by the Nocturne. He's got the Q down onto him, gets the move speed. There's the Karthus ultimate. Is going to take out Dirty Lungs. Now what's going to happen to Print24? He's all alone. That is going to be a kill going over to him. Unfortunately, that bottom lane is not there. No Lantern available for Print24. And that's another kill going over to Melees in the bottom lane. So, all in all, a 2-for-1 trade, or is that a 2-for-1 trade? Uh-oh, Central in trouble. Cheesy plays coming up from Gleesolaire and X-Tempress. Melees gets exhausted once again.
Oh,
and, you know, that's going to be a double kill for the Graves. 3-0 now. Lots of cheesy kills over, man. Oh my god, look at the damage coming up from Captain Copslot.
Jesus. This has been a very, very high pressure matchup so far. Lots of pressure from the jungle. Nocturne trying to get into Rek'Sai's jungle, see if he can make some plays there, and he did. Like Graves was able to cut off the bot lane as he was trying to escape while they were returning back to lane. Zed creating a lot of pressure, killing that Annie. Just overall, red team has been in the right place at the right time, and blue team has had a hard time kind of catching up, or maybe they're just not tanky enough yet. Maybe they just don't have the correct situation to be in. Like their win, like in terms of fighting, their win conditions haven't been always the best. As far as like, let's say for Janna, maybe her shield's not strong enough to kind of sustain some of these fights, and maybe if bot lane had rotated a lot earlier, like, you know, some people would have been safe. But in general, red team has been at the right place at the right time, and what I'm looking at next is Dragon. Dragon is definitely the next like objective that everybody has to kind of look at. Laning phase is almost over, and everybody has their ultimates. Like mid game's gonna come around the corner soon.
Yeah, and you know that is the strength of this blue side team, right? They kind of do want to fight as 5. They need that front line. They need to be able to protect somebody on their team, be it 3-Egg God or Melees. They need to be able to back them up. Unfortunately, the one being targeted right now is Dirty Lungs. You can see just the pick potential coming out from Print 24, Permanent Love, and of course Venom Paw helping out. He's picked himself up 2 kills, one from that Scion and one from that Rek'Sai hanging out on the top lane. So good job by him picking up enough CS to really just be a strong Karthus. And there's been 0 attempts at ganking that top lane from the Rek'Sai. Kind of similar to what's been going on with that Cassiopeia. Nobody really seems to be punishing those mages in the top lanes for some reason.
Definitely, and I guess Karthus made it work. You know, I thought, like, you know, maybe if he wanted mana sustain, he could have went Crystalline Flask, or he could have went like 2 Fairy Charms and some mana regen glyphs in his rune page. But you know, he made it work, and now I think he's on his way to a Rylai's, trying to slow down the enemies with his like his abilities, and you know that would be great for catching potential. Nocturne could catch up, Zed could catch up, Graves could keep up. You know, it creates great pick potential as soon as they start team fighting, even though they're not a team fight comp.
Yeah, at the same time, he also has a lot of protection from, you know, he's able to create that zone and protect his Graves. Melee's getting hooked once again. There's the blocks. There's the ultimate. Big Jan ultimate, though, able to keep up the health. However, here is the Karthus ult. Not enough. I don't think Central Palace might go down if some flashes are blown. But with all those ultimates down, it's hard to say. Uh-oh, Sion going in, gets the knockup, hits the ultimate onto Venom Paw. He has used his ultimate. He has his flash if he can get away, but looks like he wants to fight it. Every ability used by Captain Capslock here is where the Karthus starts to out damage, but he needs to hit his abilities, obviously. That will be the first tower of the game going down to the bottom lane.
Sometimes I feel like Karthus's Qs is like whack-a-mole. Doesn't it kind of sound like whack-a-mole?
Yeah.
Like he's kind of like hitting, like sometimes he's hitting at nothing, sometimes he's hitting at everything. I don't know, just I would love to see a Circus Karthus. I think that would be a great skin. I don't know how it would work. Maybe his what's that? His W could have like a merry-go-round. I don't know. These are Riot, call me up. Can maybe talk about some
Hit me up, Riot.
Hit me up, Riot. We can talk.
Follow me on Twitter.
Follow me on Twitter, yeah. In terms of pressure, obviously red team's got it going in the bag right now. Nocturne doesn't even need to really create a lot of pressure. The laners are good enough on their own. Zed has created such a pressure on Annie. She's sitting by her turret all the time. Sion and Karthus are constantly fighting, but does Sion have a lead on Karthus? No. The bot lane is always consistently fighting, and they're always out damaging Janna and Callista. You know, for blue team to kind of make it back, they gotta, like you said, they gotta get those 5v5s. They gotta contest Dragon. But to do that, they need to create some pressure somewhere, and that might be up to Sion. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know where that needs to be.
Let me break it down real quick. Karthus doesn't have TP. Karthus is easy to gank, and you have Rek'Sai, who's a strong early ganker. You also have a Sion, who's a strong early ganker. Uh-oh, here we go. I'll catch up on that later. Here comes maybe that Janna ultimate you're talking about. Nope, a missed Tornado instead. And that's going to be pretty much left alone, and most likely a counter gank actually coming from the Nocturne. These guys are very overextended. Karthus doesn't have his ultimate, though. Will they try and find something here? Get the hook, X-Tempress. It's all on you. Looks like they will just back out. But the thing is, without Karthus having an ultimate, you can put up pressure top, you can get Sion rolling, and it doesn't matter what happens. You get the Sion going, and then you start putting attention towards the bottom lane. You outscale in terms of a 5v5 team comp. If you're trying to fight little fights like these, you're going to lose because there's a Zed, there's a hook, there's, you know, the long engage from Nocturne. You're going to get picked out. Karthus ult as well. What's Sion going to do and teleport? It's just... You...
The early game has been played wrong a little bit, yeah.
A little bit, yeah. I mean, it's just the jungler, his pathing and, you know, a little bit of decision-making in terms of where he should be putting pressure and warding and everything like that just weren't quite there for the way that his team comp wants to be. They're definitely still in the game, but it's very hard to come back against a pick composition, especially when you have a carry like Karthus in the top lane. See, Flash immediately burned by Venom Paw. That is exactly what you're talking about. Here is an easy kill for them. Venom Paw going down.
I think, I was about to say Dirty Lungs has got to get his lungs checked out so he can gank more efficiently, but I think he's got it. He's definitely got it in the bag. He did the right thing, like you said. He got that Karthus.
Yeah, and you know
that's...
yeah.
But then that's pressure.
It's a little bit too late. Great adaptation by the red team, picking up that dragon, knowing that so much was blown at the top lane as well. I mean, that kill was on a Rylai's Karthus, who already has 2 kills. A little bit too late. Oh my god, here we go. Permanent Love gets the kill and dodges the Tibbers. My lord, is there going to be a Karthus ultimate in 2 seconds? Will he be able to pick up the Annie? Is he going to use it? Yes, he is. Boom!
Boom! Goes the dynamite. Let's take a look at that replay.
Almost picks a kill up top as well.
Let's take a look at that replay. I really want to see that Zed pop that Annie once again. Let's take a look at that. He's got the positioning right. He dodges the Tibbers and finishes off with a shuriken. It's almost enough for Graves to pick up that kill. And then Karthus obviously does ult to clean it up. Wow. Fancy footwork from red team so far.
Once you give a high diamond player like that the lead and you've got enough support to help him do what he wants to do, plays like that can be made. And now you've got 3 very, very strong carries with 3 kills apiece. And, you know, like a 5,000 gold lead at 15 minutes. It's a hard place for you guys to come back to.
Absolutely. And I remember when I was climbing up the ladder as a support, it's really hard to come back if your team's behind as well. Like, let's say you get behind as a support, but your team's also behind. It creates a lot of tension on your entire team because if there's 1 player behind, and then if there's 2 players behind, it's terrible because then that means that like your entire team is struggling to kind of find a pick, find some potential, find some opportunity to make it back in this game. And at this point, like you said, it's a little too late for blue team. A lot of the opportunities that they had, they missed out on, and then now, well, it looks like we're finding a new opportunity in the bottom lane. It looks like they found something. Exhaust going on to Graves. Here comes the Lantern. A little bit too late for Thresh. They're gonna get the kill onto Karthus again. Maybe this is exactly what they need to kind of create some pressure. But Venom Paw, welcome to Kite City, having to, I think, Silent Flash out of there. Ultimate coming from Nocturne, plays all over the map. Annie getting picked up by the Zed. Wow.
Wow, indeed. This is going to be an easy tower for them. Rek'Sai's not going to be able to get there and will not be able to defend either way. Going to have to go the long way around. That's an easy tower for them. They're going to lose 1 in the bottom lane potentially, but they could even pick up another here. They've got so many minions. Permanent Love and Nocturne shred the tower. Dirty Lungs getting engaged onto. Fear isn't going to land. Permanent Love needs to ult back. Will do so. Will they get the tower here? There's a decent amount of distraction, but X-Tempers forced the Flash out there. Nobody able to Lantern him out.
Oh, man.
Melee's gonna back out in the bottom. Next Dragon coming up pretty soon. Gonna be most likely in the advantage of the red team. They've got complete control of that side of the map right now. Only thing is Karthus is stuck at top lane. No TP.
I don't think I've ever seen him leave the lane. Right? Am I right? I think he's been there the entire... His mobility's terrible. Do you think he's going to travel? Hell no. I'm staying in my split push lane. Nobody can 2v1 me. I'm the king. I'm Karthus. You know, my daughter's on the enemy team. I gotta wreck her, bro. But at the end of the day, he's creating pressure for his team, and, you know, it's causing Rek'Sai and Sion to kind of 2v1 him, whereas then Zed, Thresh, and Nocturne can have a field day with the rest of the laners on the map.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's just a little bit of the problem with, you know, not ganking top early on. You needed to get that Sion going. You needed to put him in a position where he really could take over that game. And, you know, his itemization also leaves a little bit to be questioned. No real MR there. You know, going for that Sunfire Cape doesn't really make a lot of sense at this point.
Oh boy, X-Tempers.
Melee's doing a lot of trading. God, that exhaust is just so strong against the Callisto. Once again, we've got the gank going on the top lane. But again, at this point, it doesn't really matter. Karthus is already strong. These kills aren't doing much for you. Print 24 trying to make something happen here. Karthus ult was not used. Definitely a mistake. Print 24 might go for the dive. Does have his ultimate, but is going to back out. Uh-oh, Temptress. Oh, big Tibbers underneath the tower. Captain Capslock trying to fight. What are you doing? Gets the shield. Dirty Lungs, can you make it happen? Doesn't look like it. Print 24 is gonna back out here. Oh man, Print 24 could go back in with his ultimate if he so chose to.
Do you want to take a look at that replay? I think
would
that
love
was
to take a look
really
at that replay.
fancy. Let's take a look at that Annie flash in. That was completely amazing. Let's take a look at that. Let's play that through. We got in the top lane. Annie comes down. Missed hook by Thresh. And if we slow that down, look at that beautiful stun from Annie. That's the kind of picks that they need when red team gets a little bit too aggressive. Let's also take a look at the solo kill. Banshee veils the knock-up, and he gets the kill onto Sion. I think he needs one more auto attack to kind of get that. He could have got the kill onto Rek'Sai like you said before, but he decides to get out of there.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a little bit of mistakes, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
If they had used the Karthus ultimate as well, could have been an easy double kill, but that's the stuff that comes with time.
Yeah.
Not a big deal. All the same, they have been playing quite well. And like you said, once those mistakes are made, it does kind of give the opportunity for the red team to make some sort of comeback here, because if their Kalista gets a little bit bigger, you know, gets her items, if she's safe, if she's kept, you know, defended by a really good Jan ult and a really good Annie ult, she could really carry these fights.
Again, Venom Paw getting ganked. Gonna get picked up by the Annie. It looks like, oh, Sion takes the kill instead. He almost gets the Annie. Wow, he's packing a lot of heat all of a sudden.
He has a lot of damage. Melis could be in trouble from Geese's damage. Whoa, good flash from Geese. Getting out of the knockup from the Kalista, but here comes Nocturne. Boom, Permanent Love is unstoppable. Gonna take down Central Palace as well. What an ultimate.
Just when you thought that blue team was kind of crawling their way back, red team is like, you know what? Let's polish up our act. I think we need to turn on the Bunsen burner here.
That
so
pick was
yeah,
perfect. Considering that, you know, they had given the blue team a little bit of confidence, they thought they can make their own picks. Unfortunately, they don't have a pick comp. They've got a team fight comp, and I think this might be a tower going down.
That's a little bit unfortunate for blue team. Kalista's down for another 2 seconds. Here comes the Karth Assault. Permanent Love taking a little bit low. They might turn this back on the Rek'Sai. Ooh, knock-up missed.
Yeah.
And like you said, that's a free inhib. I think that's relatively free. I don't think blue team is going to be able to catch up to them, but
yeah.
Looks like here comes the Sion ult. Well, actually no, just the
This
righteous
could
glory.
be really bad. They walked into the AoE Temptress looking for the hook. All the same, I think these guys are going to be able to rotate towards a dragon as well. So like you said, an unanswered inhibitor. They could be able to find another pick here if they play it right. Permanent Love trying to lifesteal off the race here. Has his Blade of the Rune Gang active as well still. Ultimate coming up very shortly. Permanent Love probably going to look for a pick here. If his team decides to, you can tell he wants it. He's trying to lifesteal up. He's got the Bork.
That's like the Z mentality. It's like when the
Yeah.
Q lands, except when the R lands.
And, you know, take a look at that top lane. Venom Paw, right back at it. 174 CS.
He doesn't need to. Like, he doesn't need to really be there. He's doing exactly the right thing. Because red team is able to pressure so well with their solo kill picks. And that's what they did. They got a free inhib off that while Venom Paw was just split pushing. All he needs to do is press R. That's how you play Karthus.
Though. Why would he go for the Rylai's if he's not ever going to group?
That's true. You're absolutely right. Maybe he should have went for Zanya's if he was going to get 2v1.
Even a Rod of Ages, you know,
yeah, that's
just
true.
continue scaling because all he's doing is farming and scaling. Look at that damage.
Oh.
Doesn't even need his ultimate. Will he be able to get out here? Nope. Wasn't able to get his heal off. With the Rylai's, I think he might have been able to, but all the same, that is one kill and a hell of a lot of pressure for the rest of his team on the map. Here comes Nocturne and Thresh. They're swinging around. Gonna look for a dive, most likely. Like I said, Permanent Love does indeed have his ultimate. Just gonna try and get some vision control. And Permanent Love, here we go. Messes up the W. Procs his Yumu's, but a little bit of flub there. Not the end of the world.
I think you're absolutely right. Oh,
Print 24 does a lot of damage. Look at the items he has. Just beasting on those guys. That new Black Cleaver doing a ton of damage.
Permanent Love looking for an opening. I think this might be an opening for blue team rather. I don't think they want to give up this blue buff. None of the rest of red teams around the court. None of them are in the area, so I don't think they can contest this very well. So this blue buff is going to go over to Annie.
You know, I still don't understand the spell he's played though.
You know, it had been mentioned to us by Ghost Chunk, the previous caster, how it gives great mana regen. You know, it's decent harass. You get a little bit of gold from it, like if you fall behind. But you know, at the end of the day, you could substitute that with a crystalline flask. You could get the tier early. You could get the catalyst, whatever you want to kind of do a better job. The Spell Thief is just like a waste of money, I think, at this point. Because the Crystalline Flask you always return with, like, you know...
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's I don't know.
I went a little bit too ham on Venom Paw. I'm sorry. I went a little bit too far. I don't know. I've never seen anything like that. And I know that...
At the end of the day, itemization isn't everything. A lot has to do with how you're playing, and he's done a pretty good job this game.
Yeah, for
and
sure.
His team has done a good job too, playing around the fact that he's kind of just YOLOing in the top lane.
Yeah. Do you think they built this comp around him? Or, like, in some regard, they knew that he was going to do that?
I think so. I think after enough games, they've kind of realized that they can just kind of, like, send him up there. And actually, it's technically not a YOLO because it is Karthus, but...
It would have been a YOLO if it was like...
What is going on here? We've got the Karthus damage. Doesn't actually have his Eon for some reason. Turn your Eon, Karthus. There you go. Now they can burst this Baron quite hard. They're going to be able to get it, no problem at all. Look, they've got 3 people in the bottom lane. Graves doing a fantastic job swim pushing down there. Permalove going to give it a little love tap. Print 24 obviously not tanky enough, but with all the lifesteal and incredible damage this team has an easy 25-minute Baron.
A little bit too late. Not enough vision control really for blue team. They're just only warding the safety of their own jungle, and I think that's hard. When you're warding the safety of your own jungle, that's like you're on the back foot all the time, and you can't create picks for yourself. You need to ward the river at most.
It's kind of what happens against the pick comp. Once you start to fall behind and you start to lose vision control, that is why like a team fight comp doesn't necessarily work against a pick comp once you fall behind. You can't give up that much because you just lose everything immediately and you can't base check anything. Permanent Love gonna be fine here. Going in for the dive on 3-8 God. Blinks back out. QSS used, but here comes Karthus' ultimate. Probably not gonna be enough. Very close though. Nocturne on the other side of the map. Unfortunately, stuns up. Used on a minion. Karthus gonna come help siege this tower. Gets the wall down.
In terms of pick comp versus a team fight comp, when you get behind as a team comp, it's so important to itemize. For example, Eddie decided to go with... Oh, gonna have to pause there.
He's getting chunked by Print 24, but the Blade of the Rune King will help him out. Hook does not land. Silence here to back them up. Is this their chance? Big ultimates are down. Annie, do you have your stun? Not yet. Looking for it. Trying to charge it up. Graves is slowed by the Janet. Dirty Lungs on the other side of the map, trying to save his inhibitor. Not going to work out. Permanent Love going to shred him down. Free God. The Egg God actually just, getting kited out. That's 2 inhibitors down for the red team.
This game's going to be coming to a close. Baroned up minions, baroned up allies. They're doing a lot of work. Rek'Sai is down. This is going to be their kind of last attempt.
Here we go. Sign ult coming in. Karthus ult slowing him down. Doesn't have a lot of ultimates still, but Graves just in the front line, not afraid of Annie at all. Hook lands on a Callista. Big plays. Print 24 coming in. Exhaust gonna lock her down as well. Shield doing a great job at splitting them and slowing them down. Captain Capslock has a whole bunch of armor, but not much else. And this is gonna be the game going over to Print 24, and I mean the rest of his full court press. Dirty Long's trying to do what he can here, but
I think
it's pretty tanky. He's got the Janus shield here. These guys did not die. They got free health coming back, trying to chase down X-Temperance. He'll go down. That should be it. 2 inhibitors at the end of the day.
Sacrifice.
He did sacrifice himself.
Rest in peace, Temperance. Rest in peace.
Look at all those minions, though. Geese should fight if he can dodge the knockup. Use the minions. Use the Baron minions. They do so much damage. Doesn't have the mana to dash. Just a little bit too late, unfortunately.
I was mentioning earlier that when you fall behind as a team comp, as a team fight comp, rather, it's important to itemize. And I said, for example, Annie went Rod of Ages. If she had the Zhonya's, imagine how many fights would have been turned on their head. It would have been a little bit more helpful, and they would have had a chance to kind of make something happen. And when you're behind, itemization is the most important thing. You can't be like, oh, but let me just build this first. No, you can't do that. You gotta put everything on hold and start building your next item. You have to do that because it's important to your survivability. Annie has been blown up every single fight, and they're abusing the fact that she doesn't have a Zhonya's. You know, Righteous Glory on Silent. Did you really need that right away? Were you chasing very often? Not really. Itemization when you're behind is super important, especially in a solo queue tournament.
Definitely a lot of mistakes made from this blue team here. Such as this Captain Capslock. Oh, he's lucky to get out of there alive. Very, very lucky. Here comes Print 24. This could actually be really bad for the red team. They're forcing it really hard. Great Annie Ultimate gonna take down Venom Paw. He does have his ultimate though, and my lord is actually gonna do a lot of damage. The Egg God gonna go down here. Zed going into the back line has his ultimate, but can't find a target. Only 2 characters going down for the 1. Once again, though, that is a lot of ultimates down. The only thing left up is Graves. Can Melees carry this fight? Here comes the Zed. Cleanse going off. Is it going to be up? Won't remove the Zed ultimate just because they're a little bit extra health. Central Palace sacrificing himself once again. But a little bit too little too late. I was getting hyped there. I thought it was coming back, but Permanent Love and Extemporis are going to be able to take down that Nexus Tower. That's going to be the game, going over to the red team. And a really impressive showing from them.
Yeah, man, we're downtown. Melly's team is gonna have to have some pasta a la GG after that one. That was definitely a game that I know that she really wanted to win that, and it was just really rough. Zed was out of control. Karthus was making the right moves in the right places. It was what a game.
It's just you know, once again, it's so hard to come from solo queue and come into a team game like this where teams are coordinated enough that you can't just like gank any lane.
Yeah.
You got to have a game plan and you got to be able to adapt on the fly. And you know, that would come with a lot of these teams. You know, they're all really good players. These guys all have played. They understand the game, but coming up with a game plan in 3 minutes at the end of pick and ban phase and knowing what your comp should do, where you should capitalize, and the weaknesses of the opponent comp, that's why you need a good leader. That's the thing that all of these teams have, you know what I mean? This is Red Mercy, this is a lot of these players, Permanent Love, exactly. Like, this is, you just kind of gotta run with the flow. 5 and 7 Karthus, at the end of the day, doesn't matter. You got a couple kills on your side.
Let's take a look at the damage. Let's see how much damage he did. I'm really curious to see.
Look at the damage. I'm sure he did quite a bit.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yep, Karthus doubling everyone's damage in that game. Just sitting top, soaking damage, using his ultimate. Even without the teleport, you know, that's just what happens.
Welcome to Solo Queue Legends.
Welcome to Solo Queue Legends, boys. That's a squishy comp like that, too. It's just very effective.
Yeah, and you know, Janet just made it a little bit worse because she was incredibly squishy. Gave Nocturne the opportunity to really pressure that bot lane, and so was same as Zed.
Yeah. Anyways, guys, we're going to take a little bit of a break and hop into the next game. We will catch you guys in a few minutes.